Just one moment, Councillor. We're just going to wait till we're online.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Diligence is the savior.
We are now live from River Valley Room.
Thank you. I'll call this meeting to order. I'd first like to do our land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will also now do a roll call. My name is Sarah Hamilton. I'm the chair of this committee. I'll look for Aaron Paquette, who's our vice chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. I will also acknowledge we have no other members of council with us in the room, but Councillor Rutherford is joining us online, as well as Councillor Rice, Councillor Wright, Councillor Tang, and Councillor Jans, and I think that is it. And we may see other people pop in or pop out throughout the day. With that, I'll take a motion for adoption of the agenda.
I'll move adoption of the agenda recommendation that the January 17th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Request to speak, recommend.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's request to speak. Sorry.
I think it's just
following
adopted
changes
without. There's no changes, are there?
That's correct.
Yeah, there's the wording. Sorry, the wording is not correct there.
Okay.
Yeah, just be adopted is fine.
Just to be adopted. Okay, so I would like to move the adoption of the agenda of the January 17th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any questions, comments, concerns? All those in favor? I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Approval of the minutes. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move approval of the minutes from the November 22nd, 2022 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any questions, comments, concerns about that? All those in favor? I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items. I received no notice of protocol items, but I'll look again just in case there was something that I missed, but I'm not seeing anything. So we'll then move to selection of items for debate. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. I would like to select item 7.2 and 7.3. And it looks like there's request to speak for 7.4 as well. And might as well select 7.1 because I understand there might be some process cleanup that we have to do there. Thanks.
All right, that takes care of all of the items on the public reports today. Any additional selections? Not seeing any. Please vote on the items not select. Wait, I need someone to move all items not selected. If someone would care to move that.
I'll move all items not selected.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. All those in favor? I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Requests to speak. We have a number of requests to speak today.
Excuse me, Councillor Hamilton. I'll just read out the items not selected for debate.
Sorry, thank you.
This morning, the Urban Planning Committee passed the following recommendations without debate. Item 5.1, commingle paratransit and on-demand services with a revised due date of November 28th, 2023. And item 7.2, developer-funded transit service options to support early adoption of transit in new neighborhoods with a revised due date of June 20th, 2023.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll be seeing some of those reports at a different meeting. Now request to speak. We do have a number of speakers who have requested to speak to committee today. I'll take a motion to hear from speakers. That's the will. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I'll move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. So for 7.2, 7.3 District Planning, we have Nathan Misson in person. We have John Stadnick, remote. Kaylin Anderson, Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro, remote. Michaela Davis, Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro, remote. Elaine Soles, Scona District Communities Council, in person. Kim Clegg, Scona District Communities Council, in person. Jonathan Lawrence, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person. Laura Cunningham Chappelli, Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, in person. Nicholas Rubottom, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, remote. Renaud Stones, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, remote. Mariah Samji, Infill Development in Edmonton Association, remote. Jan Hardstaff, Residential Infill Working Group, in person. And Marcelo Figuera, remote. And for 7.4, Environmental Review of City-Led Projects, we have Raquel Farreau, the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, remote. And Linda Duncan, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person.
Thank you. So any questions, comments, concerns on that? Please vote to hear from the speakers. I'm a yes.
I am also a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So we will be hearing from speakers in that order, starting with item 7.2. No request for time specific. Councillor inquiries. I received no notice of councillor inquiries. As you know, there's a 2-day sort of notice period. So we received no notice. And now we go on to, and we dealt with items 5.1 and 5.2. So now we'll go on to item 7.1. Normally I'd ask our administration for a presentation, but if I may, I understand that there's some concerns with incorporating public feedback. So the request from administration has been that committee refer that item back so that feedback can be incorporated on item 7.1, which is the Growth Management Framework Update, Substantial Completion Standard. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Hamilton.
All right, I'll ask Councillor Principe to make the motion.
I would like to make the motion that the January 17th, 2023 Urban Planning Economy Report, UPE 01554, be referred to administration to allow more time to discuss with industry and return to committee with an updated report. Due date April 12th, 2023, Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Marvelous, thank you. So we'll be seeing that report at a later time this year under a different iteration of this committee. So they'll be up for good conversation. So with that motion on the table, any questions, comments, or concerns about referring that report or the motion? Please vote. I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
We have all the votes.
Please display. That is carried. And now we can begin our conversation today in earnest with items 7.2 and 7.3, which are cross-referenced. So we'll start with a presentation from administration.
Good morning, members of committee. Today we're pleased to provide you with an update on our district planning project and what we've heard through engagement last fall. This presentation will also report back on a motion made in September 2022 that asked administration to provide options and analysis to ensure that the area redevelopment plans are in close alignment with the city plan. With me today are a number of staff from the Planning and Environment Services branch, Kent Schneider, the branch manager, Sean Boley, our senior planner, Shauna Kuiper, our general supervisor, and Rhonda Tour, the director. I'm going to hand it over to Kent to start the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Stephanie. If we can get the slides to advance one. We have a vision for the future of our city, and it is the city plan. Edmontonians are looking to grow and thrive in a healthy, urban, prosperous, and climate-resilient city. So the question becomes, how do we achieve that goal? Today, we are providing an update on one of the important tools designed to move us forward in implementing the city plan, the collective vision for our community. The city plan has a call to action for all of us to be bold and to think differently in how we build our city. District planning is a reflection of that aspiration, as it is a new way to plan our neighborhoods. District plans are important because they intend to show us the first steps of the journey to welcoming 1 million more Edmontonians. District plans contribute, if we could get the slide to advance one, please. District plans contribute to achieving the city plan's big city move, a community of communities. This big city move is about making city life feel less anonymous and more personal. The design of our city can foster connections that greatly increase the livability of our community, increase belonging and identity, and make us more socially resilient. This approach will help us be a welcoming community that has housing, recreation, schools, employment in all of our districts that can be easily accessed through many forms of transportation. Next slide, please. The city plan intentionally brings 3 systems together: planning and design, mobility, and growth management to create the foundation of our future city. District plans play a role in each of these systems. As part of planning and design, district plans and the zoning bylaw will enable growth in nodes and corridors that will foster our desired 15-minute communities. As part of mobility, district plans reflect mass transit and bike routes, active transportation route priorities to support integration of land use and mobility to provide equitable access. And as part of growth management, district plans will identify priority areas for investment to support growth targets. Next slide. In addition to fostering 15-minute communities, district plans will inform decisions about land use, mobility, and investment in the short term, with an eye on the long-term objectives of the city plan. As part of modernizing and integrating our planning systems, district plans will reduce policy conflicts between the city plan and area plans, while also providing direction for areas without plans. District plans are not static. They will be monitored and amended as needed to steer the city towards its goals. Next slide, please. At the macro citywide scale, the city plan provides the broad vision and direction for the entire city. And at the other end of that scale, we have the zoning bylaw that governs a small geographic area with specific regulations. The district plans are intended to act as a bridge that links the broad citywide policies to the site-specific zoning rules. District plans will be used like any other statutory plan. They will inform what general land uses are appropriate, prioritize areas for development, and show where the city and partners will focus infrastructure investments. This information will be useful reference for administration, Edmontonians, developers, and council to understand city's intentions for land, mobility, and growth during the first phase of the city plan. I'll now turn the presentation over to Sean Bowl to provide additional details on the reports in front of you.
Next slide, please. Since we last spoke in April, the project team has released drafts of the district general policy, the 15 district plans, and a list of plans proposed to be repealed or amended. We've completed a major round of engagement with the zoning bylaw renewal project and with other city plan implementation projects. We received input from across the corporation, and we've analyzed feedback to inform revisions to the draft documents. Over the next few slides, I'll explain the approach taken for communications and engagement since April and highlight the feedback we heard. Next slide, please. To begin, administration wants to extend our gratitude to those who shared their time and their thoughts with us. We heard from over 2,000 people, including members of the general public, Indigenous organizations, the University of Alberta, community groups like Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, from individual community leagues as well, and from affordable housing providers, and we also heard from industry. So we'd like to thank all of them. We provided a variety of opportunities to participate through online and in-person events and surveys between June and November. Next slide, please. The purpose of engagement was not to start from first principles or to set a new vision for the city's growth. Edmontonians shared that with us in the city plan. Instead, we wanted to share draft district plans to make sure information was clear and understandable. We wanted to make sure, we wanted to see what changes we needed to make and find out what was missing and what didn't align with expectations. The goal was to improve the draft district plans and to understand the planning issues that will need to be addressed after district plans are adopted. Next slide, please. Our approach included a variety of activities for both engagement and communication, and those are shown on this slide. We wanted to include people who are not very connected to planning or don't have much time to share, as well as those who have more experience with these topics. There were low commitment activities that explained why we're doing the project and what it entails. There were also more involved activities like in-depth workshops and usability testing. There were in-person events, including 12 pop-ups and 14 open houses across the city. There were also online opportunities, including surveys, workshops, and presentations with Q&A sessions. We understood that we need to bring Edmontonians along the city plan implementation journey, so we found new ways to tell the city plan story. We created podcasts and videos. We used print and digital advertisements. We reached out to civic organizations, to industry groups, and people who work with underrepresented populations to get the word out and broaden our perspective. Since district planning and the zoning bylaw renewal are closely connected, our teams work together to save Edmontonians time and offer more convenient feedback opportunities. We believe the engagement was successful, not only because of the number of responses we had, but because we received meaningful feedback, which is summarized in the What We Heard report. This feedback will help us improve the plans over time and identify future planning work necessary to address concerns for specific locations. So here are some of the things that we heard. Next slide, please. People want to see an expanded idea of heritage places and cultural areas that goes beyond designated historic resources. People expect plans to set priorities for where development should occur. Since the city plan offers so much development opportunity, they expect district plans to focus large-scale redevelopment or development at the most logical locations. People want plans to be understandable and to help them find the information they need quickly. And there are some issues and areas that will need more detailed planning in the long run, since the current version of district plans is fairly high level. The team is currently working on revisions to the draft district plans, and revised documents will be released in March. Next slide, please. In response to the motion received in September, administration reviewed the 11 remaining area redevelopment plans to determine if they can be brought into closer alignment with the city plan through amendments or repeals. Any additions to the list of plans proposed to be amended or repealed will be released in early March, along with the revised district general policy and district plans, and will be supported by the next phase of engagement. Administration will inform and engage residents on any additional amendments and repeals, including the respective community leagues. Reviewing plans and keeping them in alignment with each other will continue past the creation of district plans through the city planning framework. Next slide, please. Administration is still working on revisions to the plans and will release updated drafts in March. This will begin another round of engagement to make sure we've got it right and help us fix any errors. We'll make a final round of changes as we prepare the bylaw package and present the district plans with all proposed repeals and amendments at public hearing in August. Next slide, please. Thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. But before we get to questions, of which I'm sure there are a number, let's call forward our speakers. As is the way, there is a blend of in-person and remote speakers. So I will note whether you registered in person or remote. As you come up, if you wouldn't mind sitting in the order you're called in, for the in-person folks, just so we can sort of keep track of you. And then while you're all getting settled, I know not everybody has experience speaking at committee, and I'll read out sort of what the process is for hearing from speakers at committee. So Nathan Meissen in person, if you could come up and take the first chair here. Nathan Meissen.
He's decided not to speak.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so our first speaker will be John Stadnick, who's registered to speak remotely. Kaylin Anderson, or John, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. So
Good morning.
stand by. Thank you. Keelan Anderson.
Good morning.
Excellent. You're here. Michaela Davis.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Elaine Solas. Come on up. You're our first in-person speaker. You can grab a seat. Kim Clegg, also in person. Hello. You can come up and take a seat. Jonathan Lawrence. Jonathan Lawrence. Yeah, great. Come on down. Laura Cunningham Chappelli.
Hi, Councillor Hamilton. I'll be online.
Okay.
And just answer questions only.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's helpful clarification. Nicholas Rubottom.
Good morning.
Good morning. Renan Sones. Renan Sones. I'm not hearing, or I can't see if the individual is online.
I see them on the Meet. They maybe are having some sound issues.
They're unmuted. So it sounds like there might be some technical difficulty. And maybe you can work on that, contact the clerks if you're having difficulty with your audio. You have some time so to sort that out. Mariah Samji.
I'm here. Thank you.
Hello. Jan Hardstaff. Welcome. You can grab a seat. And Marcelo Figuera.
Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning. So for each this morning and this afternoon, perhaps, administration may provide opening remarks, as they just did. And now members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the committee room here, the River Valley room, and the timer lights are these helpful lights on the sort of in front of you, and they are green for the first 4 minutes, and then yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and then they flash red when the 5 minutes are up. And in fairness to the other speakers, we have to be fairly diligent about stopping you once your 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own, but sometimes the clerks will broadcast one as well so that you can keep track. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of committee may ask questions of you or other panel members. This also might include other members of council who are attending or listening online. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at cityclerk.edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, welcome. The clerk will guide you to your seat. I think you've all found it today. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and the city temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful to each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect others' personal decisions around wearing masks. And a little bit of a safety moment: in the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So with that, I will go to our first speaker, which is Mr. Stadnik.
Good morning. Marcelo is going to make representations on our behalf. I'm here to answer any questions or follow-up questions that exist after his presentation.
Great. Well, thank you for that brief introduction. And that concludes your remarks?
Yes, if you have questions later, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Well, good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning regarding the district planning process relative to public engagement and next steps in terms of where we're going next. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Development Institute for Edmonton Metro. And the membership of UDI is always committed to the success of Edmonton's policy and regulatory improvement efforts, and this includes district planning. We're committed to seeing the city and the region grow and to contribute actively to the prosperity of the province and country overall. The district plans are a significant planning project that aims to modernize the city's planning system and guide growth to the city plan's first population target of 1.25 million people. Our understanding of this threshold is that it will guide growth for approximately the next decade, depending on market conditions. As such, our expectation would be that the district plans will be comprehensively updated at each of the city plan milestones: 1.25 million people, 1.5 million people, 1.75 million people, to get us all the way to 2 million. And this will happen incrementally over time. I would like to reiterate some of the key comments that UDI has made about the district plans previously, and they still hold today. Our hope, industry's hope for the district plans at this first stage is that they clearly display where new development opportunities will be focused, to provide more certainty for residents and businesses alike, as there will be predictability on where additional private sector and individual development will be prioritized, and where the public sector will make investments in infrastructure and amenities to support increased population and job density. Furthermore, it's imperative for our industry to see a smoothed out policy system that proceeds in lockstep with the zoning bylaw initiative. This would include district plans, ARP repeals, and we hope proactive upzoning. Significant divergence in terms of timelines or content would not be ideal from an implementation perspective, as it's imperative to keep the momentum of both the district planning project and the zoning bylaw renewal initiative moving as the City of Edmonton moves towards implementing the city plan. Our membership has been very actively engaged with these drafts. In October, UDI submitted a letter along with 11 pages of detailed comments on the content of the draft district general policy and the draft district plans. Our understanding is that administration is currently working through all of this stakeholder feedback and will be providing updated documents for review later this spring. We look forward to taking a look at those and diving into them at that time. The city should be proud of its leadership in progressive planning and development. The city should be further recognized for its unparalleled engagement and collaboration with a wide variety of stakeholders, of course, including the development industry, but much more broadly, as previously described by administration. To build on this leadership, we all need to see that the commitments made over the past few years through the approval of the city plan are realized. Further, we need the initiatives that support the city plan to be brought to their conclusions so that we can start getting down to the business of building the city to that vision. Through the continued commitment of Council, Edmonton will continue to set a great example for the nation and beyond. And I think that, if I may take an editorial moment here, I can say that with great confidence, having just participated in the successful launch of the national benchmarking study, which ranked the city of Edmonton as #1 in the country overall, but particularly #1 in terms of planning process. So on behalf of UDI, I would like to thank administration for their engagement efforts with the real estate development industry to date. The district planning team has been actively and earnestly engaged with our industry, and moving forward, maintaining this momentum on engagement will be crucial to ensuring the successful implementation of the district plans, which we very much look forward to participating in. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I'd be happy to answer any questions later on.
Thank you. Michaela Davis.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning regarding the items related to the district planning project and engagement update. My name is Michaela Davis, and I'm a regional manager at Melcor and the chair of the Urban Development Institute Edmonton Metro's Developing and Redeveloping Committee. I'd like to commend the city's district planning team for their proactive outreach with industry to date. Throughout the process of the district planning project, our industry has been actively engaged through regular meetings where updates have been provided and questions and concerns have been clarified by administration. UDI had the opportunity to review the first iteration of the district planning documents, which were the draft district general policy and the draft 15 district plans. And we provided formal detailed feedback to administration last October as part of the engagement process. For the purpose of this review, UDI's Developing and Redeveloping Committee created a subcommittee that consisted of real estate development professionals with a significant amount of experience in land use planning and policy. It is our subcommittee's view that in order to successfully achieve the goals set out in the city plan, the district planning project must keep three fundamental considerations in mind. First, the district plans need to strike the right balance between investment certainty and flexibility with land use policy that can adapt to ongoing change. This work is about culture change as much as it is about urban change, so we need to proceed thoughtfully. Second, it is imperative that a robust financial strategy to upgrade the infrastructure in redeveloping areas is designed. As the district plans aim to modernize the City of Edmonton's planning system, it is crucial that this initiative remain focused on leveraging private sector investment that will encourage development that aligns with the goals in the city plan. Third, project alignment as the city plan is being implemented is key. Our industry does not want to see any delays in the zoning bylaw renewal project, and it's our understanding that these two projects are linked. Therefore, we would caution against further delay and focus on refining the current approach based on input received, as described in administration's report on next steps. We look forward to reviewing updated drafts in the spring. Moving forward, UDI remains unwavering in our commitment as your city building partners to continue working together on the district planning project. We look forward to reviewing the updated documents later this spring and continuing to share our expertise and insights in helping to ensure the successful implementation of the district plans. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this important initiative, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Elaine Solis.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. My name is Elaine Soles, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Scona District Communities Council, formerly Central Area Council of Community Leagues. We're rebranding to reflect the name of the district. And we sent a letter yesterday, and we'll be speaking to it today. We appreciate that district plans have been prepared. The city plan is very general and high level. The district plan brings the ideas of the city plan to life in the area we live in. It's unfortunate they weren't prepared with direct input from district stakeholders. We felt a bit done to instead of being part of the process. Once the draft plan was available, it was challenging to digest and provide input in the time frame provided last year. However, we did the best we could in the time available. We note that urban mix from the district general policy seems to be an appropriate designation for development in the district going forward, given the district's location. It does make some residents and communities uneasy because it includes a wide range of development forms and types, and we certainly want to see higher density development in the identified nodes and corridors. We noted in our input that a number of important directions in the city plan were not well reflected in the district plan: affordability, climate resiliency, connectedness, inclusivity, livability. Matters important to communities also were not included, such as vacant properties, both houses and storefronts, vacant lots, planning for additional park space as the population grows, planning for additional seniors housing as the population ages. Planning for sufficient park space is particularly important because an increased population will be living in higher density housing forms and won't have access to a backyard for informal and organized activities and social gatherings. The plan's statements about ensuring park space don't inspire confidence that additional land will be acquired for parks as existing neighborhoods densify. For example, we feel it is short-sighted to rezone city-owned empty lots, currently treed green space near open space in Pleasant View, with the intention to sell them instead of rezoning them to parkland so it's available to meet the need for park space in the future, even if additional park space is not needed now. We understand the city is planning to plant 2 million trees. You wouldn't know it from looking at the Scona District Plan. There's no indication how many trees will be planted in the district or where. We understand this information may not be available yet, so our suggestion would be to continue the district planning process after the first set of plans are approved so that new information like tree planting can be incorporated. The district map shows the existing park space, but it does not show specific amenities within parks. We suggest including a map for each neighborhood in the district plan, which would provide sufficient space to show the location of playgrounds, tennis courts, basketball courts, spray pads, skateboard parks, things like that in the district. This would help determine where future amenities should be located. It's a concern that the city has identified districts by drawing boundary lines around groups of neighborhoods, but hasn't done much to actually create functioning districts by bringing residents, businesses, community leagues, and other organizations together to develop a district lens and to develop a sense of belonging within this collection of neighborhoods. Creating 15-minute communities within districts takes intentionality. It doesn't just happen automatically by building a bunch of large buildings and high-rise towers that increase the population. Finally, our letter yesterday noted some omissions from the historical and development context sections that we hadn't previously commented on. We suggest those sections be revised to include how the river lot system affected the creation of neighborhoods and streets and reflect the shape of neighborhoods today, and to include more information about the major events and institutions in the Scona district. Thank you for considering our suggestions, and we have 5 of them. I'm going to run through them as long as the time allows me. Plan for adequate park space, add a layer of neighborhood maps to the plans for additional detail. 3rd, work with district residents and other stakeholders to create functioning districts. 4, continue with the district planning process after this set of plans are approved to incorporate additional information, keep them up to date. And 5, when revising the plans for council approval later in the year, include additional information about important events and institutions in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Clegg.
Hi, good morning, members of the committee and council members. I appreciate being able to speak today. Our area, I'm representing the Scona District Community Council this morning, and I'm also a member of the Queen Alexandra Community League. We're fortunate to be pretty well organized in terms of our district, in terms of our current situation where we meet fairly regularly and discuss things, but I think we're concerned, and I think the city should be concerned too, that there's many areas of the city where they haven't had the opportunity to become as cohesive as we have. And we even found this information that came to us with the new plan to be quite overwhelming. And the time we had, we even asked for an extension. We couldn't even get our feedback back because, you know, we're all volunteers and things take time and months turn to 2 months and all of a sudden we're late. And we feel like our words are important, our feedback is important, but we need help to, and so if we're having problems, we're wondering if other parts of the city are having even more problems getting organized. The ongoing district planning should take place in a way that the district stakeholders are more involved in developing the updates and future updates, and local knowledge and perspectives are considered and incorporated. As Elaine said, the city has created districts in the plan by drawing a line around neighborhoods, but we feel like the city needs to maybe help in creating like a sense of cohesion and a sense of place in those districts. Proactively organizing residents, mix of groups in a district to learn about, contribute to the district plan, people would have a better understanding. It would be able to provide more useful input to the city. It would be more helpful. This would help create a sense of investment in the district among stakeholders, residents, and businesses. So yeah, I mean, these things aren't happening organically. You need to create a buy-in from district residents, stakeholders, and these businesses and other organizations to create functioning district advocacy. And so I think we do think that needs to be fostered more. Other organizations like community leagues, area councils, other stakeholders, they all have a role to play in this, but districts are fundamentally a city-created entity, and it's hard for people to sort of feel ownership of those entities. And I think the city needs to be more involved in bringing them to life and keeping them viable. There's some issues we're facing as volunteer groups. As I mentioned earlier, not enough time to digest the material, provide useful comments. We're all very busy with our lives, our jobs, and our leagues, and then this is on top of that. So it's usually the same people that are running community leagues that are then part of the district community vision, and so super busy as well. The kind of drop-in format means gathering scattered pieces of feedback from individuals that the city then has to parse through. There's no opportunity for discussion or refinement. If it's coming from the district councils, it's actually probably going to be much more helpful information than in some ways. A lot of the online sessions were very heavy on presentation and responses to guided questions, and we felt that participants weren't always able to provide feedback on what really matters to them. So just a few suggestions. Continuing the district planning process after the plans are in place to address elements of the city plan that are missing from the first set of district plans, to address elements and issues communities would like to see included, and to include new information as it becomes available. Convene discussions about district planning for residents and stakeholders in each district, provide background and facilitate the discussions so that attendees are well informed, can discuss and hear each other's comments and perspectives. Solicit local knowledge. It may be more work up front, but it will create less total work as it pays off down the line and in form of fewer last-minute objections towards the plans. These discussions would also help develop the districts as entities, not just collections of communities within a boundary. So we feel the city would be really doing itself a favor by ensuring these groups are well organized and well maintained as our city grows through 1.25 million all the way up to 2 million. In closing, I'd just like to say, sometimes we feel like these presentation of these plans are all about the positives, but I think it's also important to talk on a more granular level about some of the negatives that this will impact existing residents, as opposed to the great future for future residents. So just want to keep real and keep honest about that kind of stuff as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Jonathan Lawrence.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. We, the EFCL, are here today, first and foremost, to share our position of support for the draft plans. I also hope to provide this committee with a summary of what we've heard from leagues across the city, and to respond to the broader modernization of Edmonton's planning system with recommendations on priority future work. The EFCL has submitted a letter to this committee detailing small changes to the draft plans that we believe will improve legibility and the user interface as leagues and the public engage with this important set of bylaws. In addition to these iterative changes, we hope that as these plans are refined, they'll demonstrate a clear vision for development to 2 million and establish mechanisms to direct development where it is most appropriate, along nodes and corridors, in close proximity to public transit, and where it has highest positive impact. It's important to note that we continue to hear from leagues across the city that the information sharing approach and refined level of engagement is inadequate for such a transformative planning document. The FCL has made this concern known to Council, but respects the decision to maintain the current scope of the project. We want to speak as well to administration's commitment to transparency with us, their willingness to collaborate with our team, and responsiveness to individual leagues. We perceive that the land use and policy decisions made by admin largely align with city plan, and we believe that maintaining the current project timeline is strategically important. It's for this reason that at this time the FCL is in support of the district plans and district general policy. While we're happy to express our support, we have heard clearly that to meaningfully pursue the complete vision of the city plan, more is required. A 15-minute city is not just about land use, it's also about access to and participation in the city. It is this broader vision for our community that we've heard most consistently from leagues. While we've engaged leagues and others in dialogue on district plans and the district general policy, we know that at the neighborhood level, the silos of municipal policy making are often less defined. For this reason, we believe that it's the right junction here to discuss our broader city building goals as they relate to modernization of Edmonton's planning system. In speaking with leagues and collaborating with community leaders across Edmonton, we've been urged to tackle some challenging questions. How can and should community leagues organize and collaborate to express their collective vision for their neighborhoods? How can we improve the interface between communities in the city to facilitate a higher degree of trust, participation, and consistency? And what mechanisms should be in place to ensure meaningful and productive dialogue between the stakeholders involved in ongoing building of a city? So what crystallized through our many conversations were 3 recommendations that we recognize go beyond the scope of this project, but reflect the scale of the emerging city planning framework. The first recommendation is for a new and re-articulated vision of neighborhood planning, one which wholly breaks from the rigid ARP structure, but that provides communities with some opportunity to develop their own vision for how they wish to belong, live, thrive, access, preserve, and create. The second recommendation is for a district participation framework, a new roadmap for participation as we inch towards 2 million residents. We see within this recommendation an opportunity to work with Council to evaluate how we bring citizens together, how we advise, refine, create, and decide at the neighborhood, district, and citywide scales. The third recommendation is for a community design committee, the intent of which is not to usurp a function of the City Council, but rather to facilitate productive dialogue between multiple stakeholders, further smoothing out unequal geographies of power across the city and the varying capacity of residents to organize for or against projects which are in line with broader city building goals. As we work to accommodate 50% of future growth in the redeveloping area, this recommendation points to a desire for excellent design and urban spaces. As the FCL works with our membership to align our current districts to city plan districts, as we work to support league leadership and convene discussions around city plan implementation, we also hope to work with council and administration to consider how we might ensure that all Edmontonians, through their leagues, have a means of representation and an ability to speak with a collective voice. In closing, I want to say thank you to this committee for hearing this report back, for supporting the creation of district plans, and for your willingness to work with the FCL and for your ongoing support of leagues. As we hope we have made clear, we believe the league system is an institution that should be leveraged to ensure diverse, inclusive, and consistent participation across the city. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions on district planning or any of these larger goals.
Thank you. Laura Cunningham-Chappelli.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm here to answer questions as follow-up from the letter or from any questions arising from Jonathan Lawrence's speech here today.
Thank you. I had that written down. I was just testing you. Nicholas Rubottom.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. I'd just like to thank all of you for taking the time to hear from the Infill Development in Edmonton Association and its members today. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I've taken on the role as the new Executive Director of IDEA. I'm speaking here today on behalf of our members to share concerns about the barriers to development the district plans will create if left in their current state. My goal today is to outline some of the key observations made by our members during the engagement process. My colleagues here today will also provide further context through examples and some proposed solutions. Our belief was that district plans would align with the city plan, enable redevelopment, and help to provide clarity for land use decisions in both public and private realms. Upon our review of the district plan general policy and draft district plans, though, IDEA is concerned that the documents do not demonstrate a commitment to intensification or equity, nor do they adequately implement city plan's goal of achieving a growth target of 50% infill. The following points are some points that were provided by our members in terms of where their concerns lied. So the first point I want to discuss is in respect to restrictive boundaries of nodes and corridors. Our interpretation of the city plan was that in the definition of nodes and corridors, it reflected 1 to 3 blocks. We've seen areas in the district plans where the length of the corridor is half a block. So that's a real concern for us. Our recommendation is that there be an expansion to the geographic restrictions of the intensification areas along nodes and corridors by widening the boundaries in order to encourage a full range of mid-rise development. Another concern that came out of the intensification areas along the nodes and corridors was just a concern of process, how these intensification areas were drawn on the district plans and sort of the process that went into developing them. There seems to be a real conservatism of growth modeling. One example would be in the Scona district plan, for example. If you look at the growth modeling for population, it indicates that current population lies around 70,000 people, and it's estimated that in the scope of the 1.25 million, it's only supposed to go up to 74,000. We feel that a 4,000 population growth increase encompassing 25 neighborhoods is extremely low. Another perspective that was given to us in terms of how the intensification areas were indicated was through a context rationale. So basically, one of the things that was considered was what is the existing zoning for locations, and also determining that adjacent properties to those existing zones would be considered in the intensification area. We feel that this kind of context rationale is too rooted in the present and doesn't look to a future trajectory for development. It should not be about just considering what is in the now, but it should be considering what could be and what will be. And we feel that the city plan indicates that, but it is not indicated in the district plans. Moving on to a second point, the urban mix has us concerned, or has our members concerned, because it really ignores the missing middle concept that has been discussed for quite a while in city plan and in other documents tied to development. We found it really interesting that the urban mix policies that were outlined didn't actually mention mid-rise development in any context. It was all about small scale development and very situational low-rise development. So that was a real concern for us. And finally, clarity was something that had us concerned. Deferring to ARPs in the district plans obfuscates the hierarchy of the district plans in their relation to the city plan. We know that ARPs can often be in conflict with the city plan. So this was something that we felt in general just created a lack of direction. In summary, IDEA does not believe that the district plans as drafted align with the vision of city plan or the bold steps that need to be taken to achieve the overall redevelopment targets of city plan. We would like to thank you for your time and dedication to city plan implementation, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I broke my own rule and I let you go a bit over there, but thank you for your comments. Renan Sones, have you been able to?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you just great here. So you have 5 minutes.
I have a presentation. If the clerk could please put that up.
I think they're looking for it. Just give us a second. That looks.
That's the wrong one.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They're still, just for folks not in the room, they're still looking for the presentation. Does that look familiar?
That's the one.
All right.
Okay, thank
All
you
right,
very much.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss district planning. My name is Raynon Sones. I'm an urban planning consultant in Edmonton and have intimate experience working with the zoning bylaw and all of our planning documents throughout the city. I would like to provide two examples that hopefully help illustrate the challenges and uncertainties that my colleagues with IDEA are sharing today. As a professional in the industry, the current draft is frankly difficult to interpret and at times seems to lack clarity or justification. I'm sure this will only be increasingly challenging for the typical Edmontonian. So my first example is in Oliver, as you can see on the slide. The property highlighted in red is along 102nd Avenue and considered part of the Central District Plan. The site is half a block from 124th Street, which is a primary corridor, and council actually approved a rezoning of the site to CB3 just in 2021, which allows for the development of a significant mixed-use, mid, or high-rise tower. Edgar Development is one of our city's active local multifamily developers, and they are currently building the Mercury block on the site, which is a unique 7-story, 160-unit mixed-use building with an inviting public realm and pedestrian retail experience where a parking lot sat for generations. So this is really the type of project that is actually helping us achieve our shared goal of creating 15-minute communities. Next slide, please. It is unclear how this development would be viewed through the lens of district planning, as the district plan land use concept calls the site urban mix, while the direction to 1.25 million map considers this to be part of the 124th Street primary corridor, but importantly, not part of the node and corridor intensification area. The site is clearly a prime location for intensification, given that it was underdeveloped, steps from the core area of the main street, directly next to Edmonton's busiest bike lane, and in our city's most populated neighborhood. This is a confusing signal to both industry and the citizens of Edmonton, and to me doesn't fit into the spirit of how city plan envision nodes and corridors. Is this site not a prime site for intensification? How will administration treat a site in an intensification and one outside of it differently? So for example, this property and the one directly to the west of it. Instead of providing certainty, the current draft is only leading to more questions as to how these decisions have been made. Next slide, please. And just to give you some context, there's a rendering of the development that's currently underway on that site. And next slide, please. My second example is a transit-oriented site in McKernan, which is just west of 114th Street and the Capitol Line, as well as south of the University Hospital. The DC2 zone in purple is an approved 6-story mixed-use development, and the DC2 zone highlighted in red is a 6-story, 132-unit development, which is currently under construction, and I helped rezone this in 2021. So I'd like to draw your attention to the site directly to the east of this in the dotted red box. Next slide, please. The site in the dotted red box would clearly be an appropriate location for intensification, perhaps another 6-story building to create a contiguous development pattern at the edge of the neighborhood near mass transit. However, the Scona district plan sees these two DC2 sites as part of a district node, while the site directly to the east is simply urban mix. It seems that because the DC2 site in red was already rezoned, it has been included as part of the district node. Otherwise, perhaps it wouldn't have been, just like the property to the east. The district planning boundaries seem to only facilitate the development that is already approved and really does not help create the city we are hoping to live in. So this is just two examples, but I hope they help illustrate the challenges we will see across the city with district plans in their current form. It is sure to create many, many similar challenges in areas across the city. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sones. Mariah Samji.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. As my colleagues mentioned, we are here on behalf of IDEA, the Infill Development in Edmonton Association, representing over 180 members, which are made up of community members and small and medium-sized local businesses looking to implement the city plan. IDEA and its members are committed to implementing the city plan and helping Edmonton become a more environmentally, socially, and fiscally responsible city. We see that the goals of city plan will create diverse places, helping to create 15-minute communities to meet current and future Edmontonians' needs. I'm here today to talk a lot about the current and the future Edmontonians' needs. Our volunteer policy committee, which has approximately 30 members, including community members, designers, architects, builders, and planners, reviewed the district plan projects. They were excited as it is one of the main implementation tools for city plan and infill development. As noted by Mr. Rubottom and Mr. Sonez, IDEA believes that district plans as drafted do not enable infill and urban redevelopment needed to implement the city plan. Specifically, we have five areas that I'll address below that need more comprehensive work to ensure that we are able to meet current and future Edmontonians' needs. Language is very important, as we all know, and the language in these documents favor existing land use instead of balancing the needs of existing and future Edmontonians. Work needs to be done on nodes and corridors to enable redevelopment. As noted in the previous two presentations, current projects that have been supported are up for debate now if we pass this as is and continue down this road. We suggest that we widen the corridors to align with the city plan and encourage housing options and local businesses. We need to allow for mid-rise redevelopment up to 8 stories directly on secondary corridors and low-rise right off secondary corridors. These development types are what we're seeing now and what we will see in the near future. They provide housing options and retail options for people looking to start their businesses in Edmonton. We also need to repeal all ARPs. I know this is not a new message from IDEA, but we are concerned that this doesn't provide the clarity needed for those engaging with planning documents. We also believe that clarity in general needs to be provided through this process by having a general policy and plans for each area. This creates multiple documents that stakeholders, community members, industry members, service providers, and plans reviewers needs to go through. And this directly does not align with the city plan's goal of reducing the amount of process needed to help redevelop our city. And lastly, we need to digitize these maps. There are information in the maps that are helpful, but until we create them online where you can toggle back and forth and find the information that you need, it will be a frustrating process for all of those in the development process. Overall, we believe that there needs to be more time given to this project. Over the last year, City Council has demonstrated the support of City Plan by approving multiple missing middle projects throughout the city. We don't believe this project aligns with those decisions and the overall messaging of City Plan. The City Plan talks about environmental, fiscal, and social goals to create welcoming 15-minute communities to meet current and future Edmontonians' needs. To make those transformational changes, we need policy that aligns with it. At this time, we suggest that you decouple the zoning bylaw and district plans, move forward with the zoning bylaw, and give the district plan team more time to align with the city plan. Over the past 6 years that I've worked with IDEA, I've been asked numerous times, how do we implement missing middle? It's a very difficult development type to move forward with, but much needed for Edmonton to become the city that we know it can be, so that the budget process is less painful, so that there's more clarity in the development process for communities. They know where things are going to happen, and it gives direction for groups like EPCOR and ECHO, the ability to know where to invest in our city, and industry, the ability to know where they can build in our city. I strongly suggest, and through our process and our review of district plans, that council gives the direction to align this project with our city plan. Thank you so much for your time and dedication, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Samji. Jan Hardstaff.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee and Council. The Residential Infill Working Group supports the broad positive objectives of the district plan to increase density in the core, to reduce urban sprawl, and to encourage development of 15-minute communities. District plans provide policy to increase density and facilitate growth to welcome 600,000 new residents to developed communities. However, district plans lack any mention of the 850,000 people who currently live in districts where redevelopment will occur. They live in both older, mature, and new infill homes that future infill construction will be built next to. These current residents who live in districts within the redeveloping area want certainty about what density and scale of development will be built and where it will go and how it will be built safely. In addition to district planning, the land use policies of the MGA require municipalities to have a plan to ensure that long-term cumulative benefits do not impact the public. The city must also ensure that the public is protected, public health, and adjacent public and private property, particularly the structural integrity of homes, is protected. There are risks that must be mitigated during the demolition and excavation phases of infill construction projects. Many older homes have asbestos abatement to require asbestos abatement to protect the public from hazardous substances released during demolition. There are risks to the public from large vehicles removing debris. Excavation also exposes adjacent public property to risk and homes to potential structural damage. The majority of land in communities will be redeveloped to small-scale residential up to 3 stories. Currently, only construction over 3 stories and excavations greater than 3 meters, 3 meters require engineered shoring. However, the safety codes officers reviewing plans can require temporary protective structures or shoring for excavations between 1.5 meters and 3 meters to protect adjacent buildings from structural damage, where there is no room to adequately slope or bench the excavation wall, and this is quite common with infill in a 1.2 meter side setback. The City of Edmonton is an accredited municipality responsible to administer provincial legislation, including the Safety Codes Act and the Building Code. Safety Codes officers have the authority and the discretion to apply and enforce the building code in its entirety, including the demolition and excavation provisions of the code. The Residential Infill Working Group strongly recommends amending the Section 4.3 of the District General Policy to add policy intention and direction that protects the public and adjacent private and public property by requiring the construction industry to comply with provincial legislation and municipal bylaws. There is intention and direction that does require oil and gas development to comply with provincial legislation and municipal bylaws to protect public health and the environment. The Residential Infill Working Group supports better infill construction. Positive infill outcomes must include the city's consideration of how to mitigate risk to adjacent property and the public, early communication between builders and neighbors, and better construction practices and consistent compliance with the law. I'll also just mention that with residential infill construction in mature neighborhoods, there's going to be a long-term cumulative impact from the loss of public trees or private trees and the loss of the private urban forest. And this is going to impact our communities, our city's ability to build climate resilient communities. That's something that the city must also consider developing policy for. And as Elaine mentioned earlier, there's no mention of the trees that are in our communities. And so we hope that district plans will not just pursue the benefits of infill and infill redevelopment to achieve density and 15-minute communities, but that the city will also ensure that there's integration with district plans and other city policies like the climate resilience strategies, carbon reduction strategies, and the community wellness and safety strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardstaff. And Marcelo Figuera. Marcelo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just waiting for the presentation to.
Sure, we can wait
be
till
loaded.
it comes up. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you just adjust the size of the slide so we can just go one by one? Okay, so good morning, Madam Chair and members of Urban Planning Committee and members of Council. My name is Marcelo Figueira. I'm a senior urban planner with a private consultant firm in Edmonton. I'd like to start by thank you for the opportunity to speak and for all the work that administration has done on these important city initiatives. I'm speaking today to provide input regarding the alignment of the area development plans with the district plans, specifically on the Marconi-Belgrave ARP. Next slide, please. In past discussions and public hearings, when we submit rezoning applications to council, we showed that there are some concerns regarding the low passenger volume count on the Marconi-Belgrave ARP. Actually, is the lowest among all the stations in the capital line. Given the significant investment in building the LRT network, this is a concern that we think the district plan can address by implementing the city plan vision for nodes and corridors. Approved in 2013, the ARP had about 10 years to incorporate transit-oriented developments around the Marconi-Belgrave station to provide the return on investment that Edmontonians expect from building LRT. But significant intensification would be required to change the status of the passenger volume count in this ARP area. Next slide, please. At a high level, we think there are many opportunities to weave in more density within the ARP area that would better align it with the vision of the city plan and the Scona district plan. For example, the intersection of 114th Street and 76th Avenue. This area is what the ARP calls a pedestrian priority area, and because it's located steps from the LRT, we think it's difficult to dispute that higher density should be located close as possible to the LRT platform. The other area is the intersection of 114th Street and 78th Avenue, which is one of the busiest intersections in the neighborhood and has plenty of opportunities to intensification more than what is envisioned in the ARP. And thirdly, which is more of the scope of what brought me here today, is the University Avenue corridor, which is the key area of interest of the property owners that we are representing today. Next slide, please. So the area established in the ARP as University Corridor is not actually a corridor. It's only one block east of 114th Street and the intersection and a couple of blocks to the west. University Avenue is an arterial road and like other similar roads in Edmonton, should be allowed to have low-rise and mid-rise buildings. This would be a simple amendment. Extending the density further east towards Saskatchewan Drive would provide density within walking distance from 2 LRT stations. Next slide, please. As you can see, the blocks that would be affected are located on the northern perimeter of the Marconi-Belgrave neighborhood, which is a logical location to provide more density. Currently, the block from 115th Street to 119th Street has a range of small-scale buildings that reflect the development pattern on the interior of the neighborhood, not what we found in other arterial roads in Edmonton and the opportunities provided in the city plan. Given the expected growth in Edmonton, we believe this is an appropriate time to intensify the whole length of this corridor. This area is directly across the Cross Cancer Institute, the KRA Edmonton Clinic, the University of Alberta Hospital, and the University of Alberta itself. Next slide, please. In summary, we believe that there are good planning and urban design principles in the ARP. So amending the plan would elongate its longevity and would provide the density opportunities that we all expected in this area, which is a key TOT neighborhood and proximity to many amenities that all Edmontonians can enjoy. Thank you, and to speak. That's what we had to present today.
Thank you, Mr. Figuera. With that, we can go to questions of the speaker. So I'll look for committee members and members of council to sign up to speak. I'll give it a second. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to all of our speakers for being with us today. I have many questions, so maybe I will start with, actually I'll start with some of the folks from EFCL. So yeah, I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate the letter that was sent in advance as well. And I just wanted to ask a few clarifying questions around some of the recommendations that were put forward. And I'll start with the district participation framework. I guess I see this as an opportunity to see EFCL align community league districts with the districts that are outlined as part of city plan. And I'm wondering, would that achieve a similar outcome? Like, is there an opportunity in terms of EFCL governance to organize in that manner? Just trying to understand what the role of the city would be in that case. And I guess recognizing there are individual leagues, district reps, and then lines to city councillors.
Yes, I can tackle the planning implications, but I might throw that over to our executive director for the governance question.
Sure. So thank you, Councillor Salvador. I can respond to the governance question. So we are in the process currently of reorganizing our districts, as Jonathan said. And so we see a lot of advantages, not only around just the planning, as we've discussed here, but I think other opportunities that we can support leagues for collaboration. And so collaboration around amenity usage, collaboration around programs, all of those things, I think we can really build better relationships at the district level between community leagues and common areas. So we're looking forward to our bylaw renewal, which we're hoping will be voted on at our, excuse me, our annual general meeting in June, and that we can move forward with new districts across the city.
Okay, fantastic. And I might loop back to that, but I also wanted to jump around a little bit. So I'm going to go to the folks from IDEA. Yeah, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for the letter in advance. I wanted to pick up on some of your concerns around the district plans as presented, reflecting our current state as opposed to being future focused. And I think actually there were some really good examples provided by Mr. Sons that illustrated that really clearly. I'm wondering if you can comment on what are the implications in terms of the pacing of development and our ability and viability of reaching what is outlined in the city plan if we are taking this type of approach. Oh, and I'll direct that to, I'll go to Ms. Samji.
Thank you so much for your question. I know what we've noted previously at Urban Planning Committee and at public hearing that we believe going from 1 million to 1.25 million and 1.5 million residents is going to be the most challenging to shift our growth patterns. And to do so, we need to have policy that aligns with it, investment that aligns with it. And we know that these documents will help to direct investment from groups like EPCOR and ATCO and the City of Edmonton and the industry. And so we want to make sure that that investment is spent wisely as we rebuild pipes and parks and create tree canopies, which is really exciting. But right now, the language really focuses on development that is not being proposed today. So you've seen over the past year, year and a half, multiple 6-story projects come in nodes and corridors that align with city plan, that provide those housing options, even some commercial projects that provide local business opportunities to create 15-minute districts. But we're not seeing the language represented in district plans. It's really about today's market and today's needs, and not even taking into in consideration what's happened over the past year and a half. So as we look to build more projects aligned with city plan, we would like to see that our policies align with it. As we look to invest in our city, we'd like to see that policies align with it.
Yeah.
And zoning bylaw really does say that. City plan says that, and we're concerned that all 3 documents aren't aligned.
Right. Well, thank you for that, and I'm glad you brought up some of the decisions that have been made over the past year at our public hearings. I think that's really important to reflect on, and what the district plans as presented today would mean for those types of decisions. So I'll end it there, and I'll have some further questions around what that might mean for public trust and setting expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jonathan Lawrence, I have a question for you just about the communications with the different community leagues. How did you communicate with them? Was that through email? Was that at community league meetings? How was the communication done?
Yeah, so no single approach. Every community league, 162, are all quite different. So our mechanisms are different. So email, calls, check-ins, happen really consistently. We didn't hear, I think one of our concerns that we raised to the planning team was it's a really complicated document and series of bylaws. And so I think part of the reason why we weren't hearing initially some feedback is that there can be difficult to grapple with. So part of our outreach was information sharing and making sure that we were directing traffic to the existing engagement. But we also wanted to dive in a little bit deeper to the district plans. So we invited a group of around 15 leagues that we knew had a lot of interest and expertise to sit around a table and talk through the district plans and district general policy. And so that's where our recommendations came from. But kind of what we heard in aggregate really came from many months of kind of proverbially knocking on doors and checking in.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, I did read that in your letter about, you know, the kind of like the brainstorming, which is great. I love that approach. But I'm just wondering how many leagues really did engage. How many, some maybe aren't as engaging and maybe their voices weren't heard as much. Did you find that?
Yeah, so I would lean, frankly, on administration's numbers for direct engagement. They worked with us to make sure that there was meetings available in all 15 districts. And so I'm one staff member. And so we don't intend to duplicate engagement, but rather to make sure that we're checking in with leagues and sending to them to administration to engage specifically on the topic. So it's hard for me to give you an actual number of who engaged with the city, but we did participate with district planning to host an event early on in the process, which had at least 50 participants. Many of those would be kind of repeated leagues. And then we sent out to every single league an opportunity to fill out a survey, as well as respond directly to me and my team. So I would say not enough. And our goal is certainly to engage with 100% of leagues, and especially with big projects like this. But that could be challenging given the variety of capacities citywide.
Okay, great, thank you. And I like the idea of the community design committee. And then I have a question, Nicholas Rubottom. You had mentioned when you were speaking concern about equity in the district planning. I wasn't really sure what you meant about the equity part.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councillor. I guess what we were getting to there is terms of equity and where the development is occurring. There's the goal kind of outlined in the city plan that we were looking towards an ambitious but realistic goal of 50% infill development. When you look at the growth modeling that's anticipated from district plan to district plan and the potential for redevelopment and new development that can occur, I don't think that there's the viability for some of those district plans within the center of the city to be able to achieve that same level of development that other types of development could occur in the districts around the periphery of the city. So I guess that's one way in which we would talk about equity. And we just don't think that the level of citywide redevelopment and new development that the city plan is supporting is achievable based on the opportunities for development that would occur district to district.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Samji, so in my understanding, I'm just trying to get an understanding of the different, or the zoning bylaw renewal, the zoning renewal bylaw. You're in favor of that, but not so much, you don't see it reflected as much in the district planning? Is that what the concern is?
Yeah, so from our understanding, zoning bylaw renewal really focuses on what you can do at a lot level. So on your plot of land, what you can rebuild. And district plans is supposed to be at a higher level, and then even higher than that is city plan. And so right now, city plan talks about creating great spaces that are livable, achieving 50% infill, connecting the city through different transportation modes. And then the zoning bylaw really enables different types of development where district
I'm
plans
sorry
really...
to cut you off. Sorry, my time's up. Sorry. Thank you, though.
We can maybe come back around for, thanks for catching that, another round of questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and thanks to our speakers. I apologize. I was bringing greetings earlier, but had a live stream of comments about the speakers' input. So thank you all for being here today. I wanted to start maybe with Mr. Lawrence, just to dig in a little bit more to some of the ideas that EFCL has put forward around neighborhood plans. So, you know, I think that the move to district planning was really as an alternative to a neighborhood planning process, given the high level of resources with 375 neighborhoods in the city. I think, you know, I also feel that in the past, one of the challenges of local level planning is that there's been engagement and visioning and then not implementation vehicles to achieve that vision. So just wondering your thoughts on that and how to reconcile the idea of neighborhood planning with some of those constraints.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and we recognize that was part of the impetus for moving to a district plans, and we've definitely done the math on what it would take to create that level of planning within the planning framework. But we've heard pretty clearly, I think, that a move to really elevate what is ostensibly a more nimble ARP to the district level creates a bit of a vacuum of citizen engagement at the local level. And so whether it's in our more homogenous districts or in our, like the central district, that's quite a bit more heterogeneous, the wish by leagues and by residents in general to have some sort of a say in the finer grained vision for the neighborhood. So our kind of recommendations, I think were really insightful in that way. They were a clear break from the rigidity of the ARP structure. I don't think that we should be really keying in on exact cross-section widths, but I do think that there's a space to draw community together to talk about a vision for how city plan, because we are city plan folks, as residents of Edmonton, is implemented at a local level. And I think these neighborhood plans, there's an opportunity to partner with the city and the FCL to think about what they could be. And I think one of the key things that's worth noting is that we are seeing those plans organically arise. And I think there are certainly some equity concerns there of leagues that are able to put those plans together and others that aren't. But there's also a potential for breaking of trust in that when a plan isn't put together within a framework that aligns with city plan, I think when community comes forward and says, well, this was our plan, and you're forced to say, well, I don't care, or I can't acknowledge that, there's further alienation. And so it's not a fleshed out plan, but I think it's worthwhile thinking about.
Yeah, no, I think you really hit on the key risk for me, which is raising expectations and eroding trust in terms of even with the design committee concept. Again, I think a really really strong fundamentally, but again, some of those frustrations when engagement doesn't necessarily have the ability to change outcomes. But appreciate the thinking. Definitely something that I'll percolate on. Maybe just in my last minute and a half, I'll switch to Ms. Anderson. So again, I'm going by some notes in terms of your comments, but I think I heard you mention that you would really want to be looking to ensure that district plans were updated at each milestone. So when we hit 1.25, again, there'd be a significant revision there. I'm just wondering about potentially an alternative approach, which is sort of fully mapping out that 2 million population horizon, having a really clear sense of what that full build out looks like, and then prioritizing the phasing through incentives rather than through policy restrictions. Just wondering your thoughts on that approach.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I would say that the full vision for Edmonton is already depicted pretty clearly in the city plan, so I'm not sure what additional depiction would be helpful. And I guess I also don't understand the question about incentives. Maybe you can help me get there.
Oh, sure. So the idea would just be, district planning really translating city plan to a local, more granular level. And right now we're doing that on a 1.25 million population horizon. But I think what we've seen is that growth doesn't change in a steady rising level. There tends to be sort of leaps and bounds in terms of individual properties being redeveloped to different intensities. So just wondering if there's value in taking the city plan vision. Oh, I'm way over time. I apologize. I'll come back.
Yeah, if you could give Ms. Anderson some time to meditate on the question, we can come back. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to go back to some of the questions I was asking of Ms. Samji, and been reflecting on, if the district plans as presented today were operationalized, interpreted. I'm trying to imagine myself in a public hearing context, and I think about a number of the rezonings that council has supported in the past on the basis of being in alignment with city plan, when those applications are, for example, a block off a major road, good access to transit within a primary corridor, but would not fit within the prescribed intensification areas as presented today. Because as presented today, they are sort of directly drawn around individual parcels adjacent to those corridors, instead of being reflected as more of a gradient, I'll call it. We've drawn hard lines. So I guess I'll just ask quite bluntly, does IDEA feel that the district plans presented today would be a step backwards compared to what we operate as today?
Yeah, I think we see it as a huge step backwards and creates confusion for all those in the process, not only for council, who's looking to figure out at the final point whether to support a project or not, but those in the community who won't know what's coming and what will be supported for those looking to review projects, because they'll be looking at the zoning bylaw, then the general policy, the district policy, the city plan, which currently don't all align, and potentially an ARP as well.
Right.
And then it's difficult for investors to know and take on that amount of certainty, which I think a goal of this project was to reduce uncertainty for all of those different stakeholders.
Okay, that's helpful. And I guess the way forward, and it's very similar to what Councillor Stevenson was mentioning, if we were to reflect not just up to the 1.25 million mark, but we reflected expectations to that 2 million mark, in my mind, that seems like potentially a way around those challenges. And when I think about creating certainty and predictability and building trust, having an honest reflection of what those development expectations are and recognizing the inherent incremental nature of development, would that be a workable way forward and potentially get around some of the concerns that you've raised?
I think that approach would allow us to be more responsive as a city to what Edmontonians' needs are now and what their needs are of the future. So when we're looking at public investment, private investment, certainty around decisions, I think understanding the whole picture will give everyone that clarity that we need.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And I just want to jump to Mr. Figuera. Really appreciate your presentation and the examples that you provided around how, yeah, in many instances we've made significant investments in LRT, and really important that our district plans are supporting development in those areas to ensure that we are getting a good return on investment. And I know you gave the example of McKernan Belgravia, but I noticed looking through some of the other district plans, Southeast, for example, right along the Valley Line Southeast, adjacent to brand new stations, those areas are not identified as areas for intensification. So I guess how can you see us moving forward so that those district plans are supportive of intensification around those large-scale investments where we would expect to see higher density development?
Thank you, Councilor Salvador, for your question. That's a good question. I think in the city plan, it's clear that the vision is to go beyond TOD development, not just it was the old approach from previous statutory plans, like they will regrow, they will remove, and so on. So I don't think that is an issue with the district plans themselves. I think it's more about aligning those ARPs and or other NSPs that are supposed to remain as previous indicated by council and still being reviewing, that they can be updated to bring that vision of the city plan come to fruition through the district plans.
Okay, thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I've maybe rephrased my question to be a bit clearer, Ms. Anderson. I apologize. My question is that does updating district plans at each milestone potentially create situations where viable developments that are in line with the 1.5 million or 2 million vision are sort of being artificially constrained in a specific time period?
I see, I understand. Well, I would say that you still have the process of public hearing where individual applications will come forward on their own merit, and there's nothing that precludes an applicant for bringing that forward and for council to consider that at that time. So I would think that rather than treating the district plans as an opportunity to constrain growth, it should be reconceptualized as an opportunity to make key strategic public investments. Thinking about your question in the moments that I got there, I also wanted to suggest another idea, which is that planning district plans for 2 million people is like creating an ARP in the 1980s and hoping that it would still serve 2023 planning decisions. So this is the reason why it's not recommended, and why the city plan was created at 2 million with a deliberate attempt to bring that into more reality by chopping it into these 250,000 person increments. So I would encourage you to think about, as a committee and the council as you're going forward, the importance of creating realistic timeframes within which we can operate. Because the truth is, while we have a good solid vision for 2065, we don't know much about that future technologically, socially, or economically. So I would suggest thinking about getting to the milestone in reasonable timeframes that can align with long-range capital planning forecasts.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting insight, and I think that my concern with that approach is just in terms of that trust and that broken trust. So again, if we have district plans for 1.25 million, as you say, something comes forward to public hearing that is beyond that, I think there's a real sense that would be broken trust, that we're doing more than we said that we would do. But I think you really highlight something important, which is there is a distinction between opportunities and priorities. So really clearly delineating, you know, maybe there's broader opportunities that are highlighted in the district plans, but still very intentional ways that we focus our priorities for public investment.
Yes, I would say if somebody came forward with a really reasonable planning application that aligns with the city plan along a corridor that hasn't been identified as a priority for public sector investment yet, it doesn't mean that this should be a slam dunk no, nor should it be a slam dunk yes. It needs to be considered. But really, district planning should be about enabling investment and growth, not about, I mean, the promise to community is made. The promise to community is clearly spelled out in the city plan. So hopefully that, you know, maybe better communication around it would help, but there should be no mystery in terms of where we're growing and what our intention is collectively.
Yeah, and I think reducing that mystery as much as possible is really critical for the success and achieving both of those outcomes in terms of certainty and clarity for the community and also to enable that investment. But thank you, that's been a very helpful conversation. Nothing else for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, you haven't had a chance at questions yet. Would you like to go?
Thank you very much. My question is for Ms. Anderson. You talked about the upgrading of infrastructure in the redeveloping areas. And I know EPCOR has been doing some work, you know, with the sewer and water lines in some of the areas. But I'm just wondering, with it being sort of a shared responsibility in new developments, I understand there's the ARAs for roads and that. Would the development community be at all receptive to maybe sharing in some of that cost? And if so, how could we do that?
Yeah, when it comes to redevelopment, my high level perspective would be that as a city, we generally have more experience with suburban development. So we have those systems and structures in place, and we have not yet dealt with infill at scale. So this is going to mean more amenities, probably locally for communities, whether it's smaller rec centers, more dispersed, increasing the tree canopy, making sure that there's good transportation, and more urban design, frankly, and that cooperation between public and private sectors will be required over time through redevelopment, just as it is right now in suburban development.
Oh, so you're referring more to the amenities, not the underground services and that.
Oh, I see. You're talking about the pipes. Well, I think that there's some structural issues that need to be dealt with at a systems-wide scale. So upgrading pipes is something that should be done thoughtfully based on the priority growth areas that are outlined in that first phase of development through the district planning and growth management. So it's very hard for one site owner at a time to upgrade like half a kilometer pipes.
Right, yeah. And I know on some of the rezoning applications that we have seen that has sort of been one of the conditions is that individual developer would upgrade the pipes. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a major limitation on redevelopment right now because it creates a first mover problem, which is the first one in has to take all the cost, and also a free rider problem, which is the second one and gets it for free. So I think streamlining that and working on some sophisticated systems is beneficial to all.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then my next question is for Ms. Hardstaff. In regards to protecting of the adjacent homes in infill areas and that, would the homeowner, would their insurance not cover if there was any damage to foundation in that? Or is there some limitations because it is due to infill?
Well, the homeowner is an unintended party to the infill project, the neighbor, and their insurance would not cover that damage if it's caused by infill construction adjacent to their property. My main concern right now is that neither the city plan nor the district plans provide policy, intention, or direction to require the construction industry to comply with provincial legislation and municipal bylaws. That's the city's responsibility as an accredited municipality to administer both the Safety Codes Act and the Building Code to protect the public, which includes the neighbor, but it also includes the community, and to protect adjacent property, including public property and also adjacent property, but specifically the structure of adjacent buildings. So no, it's not something where infill can just happen and we rely on neighbors to repair the damage or address the damage through insurance. Ideally, the city is contemplating how this is going to happen, because a lot of infill is going to be built in the small-scale residential zone, and as we can see with the proposed draft zoning bylaw, much larger buildings are being proposed, greater site coverage. There's no change to the 1.2 meter side setback, and it's really very challenging, almost impossible, to slope or bench an excavation in that narrow side setback. And so one of the things that isn't being done right now is the city's not requiring temporary protective structures to shore the excavation. And there's actually increasing evidence that new infill homes are vulnerable to excavation failures because they have been recently backfilled and that hasn't settled or been compacted to engineered specifications. And so the city needs to consider, how are you going to protect not just mature older homes, which some of which are very structurally sound still and have lots of life left in them, some don't, but also new infill homes and future infill homes. So this is something that needs to be thought about in a broader context, not just relying on the neighbor to fix the damage themselves through insurance.
Thank you for your clarification response. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And I see Councillor Salvador, you removed yourself from the list. All right, so I don't see further questions for the speakers today. So thank you for spending your morning with us. You're welcome to step back. You can stick around. If you're online, you can watch on YouTube. And I'll now bring administration, or invite administration forward. And we'll get some questions queued up for you. If the clerks could add me to the list. Thanks. Councillor Salvador, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I'll just start by following up on a few questions that were raised from our speakers. So when I heard EFCL talking about the opportunity to potentially create neighborhood plans, I just wanted to get a better understanding of, I guess, what would the resourcing requirement be for something like that? And would the creation of neighborhood plans even be in alignment with city plan and our intended planning hierarchy? I'm just trying to understand that.
At this point, it is not our recommendation that we would do that level of planning. The city plan clearly outlines to create district plans and to use the city plan policy to be the guiding document for that. We're not resourced to do that level of work, and also I think when you do it at a planning level, it doesn't create a level of trust with Edmontonians, because you create a level of detail that actually can't happen because of the certainty and flexibility associated with the market. And so we would not recommend proceeding in that way.
Okay, and those types of conversations, to my understanding, happen when we're doing things like neighborhood renewal, when we are, investing in active transportation, maybe revitalizing a park. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. And I'd also say it happens with our community development work as well, in terms of the NRCs that work in community as well. Okay. Neighborhood Revitalization Coordinators, I believe, is what that stands for.
Okay, that's really good to hear. So maybe I'll jump to something slightly different. So I just want to talk about the incremental nature of growth and development and ask some questions about that. So a building built today, say we approve a mid-rise, it will still be standing when we're a city of 2 million, likely. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, that's a fair assumption.
Okay, and knowing that district planning is a tool for implementing city plan is long-term vision as we work towards a population of 2 million, but we want to make sure that the tools we are using today create the right conditions for that 2 million envisioned future to happen. But that change isn't happening overnight, right? Like this is a slow, incremental process. Is that also a fair assumption?
That's correct.
Okay, so when I look at the identified intensification areas, those areas are going to densify over a number of years, likely decades. And when I consider the lifespan of our planning documents and the time scale of development, the inherently incremental nature of it, I'm wondering why we would not reflect that full future at 2 million in the planning documents we have in front of us today.
So district plans have been prepared to reflect growth to 2 million. So there are node and corridor boundaries that look at our ultimate growth. There's a whole map that tries to visualize what the city will look like at 2 million. I think a lot of the problems that we're experiencing here is that the drafts that people engaged on in the fall, there was some lack of clarity in those drafts, some commingling of ideas that I think led people to interpret these, what we were calling intensification areas, somewhat erroneously. We're renaming that because it caused so much confusion. To interpret those as sort of all development will happen within these lines. That wasn't the intent of those areas, and we are making revisions to the drafts to clarify that development will continue to happen outside of those areas as well. These are areas that are that can easily be prioritized because they basically represent a low-hanging fruit in terms of the public's expectations about where growth will occur. So they're not meant to be created as a barrier to growth outside of them, but to give some additional direction or help people understand where are the most appropriate places, the places that will be easiest, where the public will be expecting the change the most. So we're trying to make revisions to reflect that in the drafts right now, and that people will see those in the spring.
Okay, that's really good to hear. So there's an opportunity to move away from sort of those really narrowly defined lines and reflect things more as a gradient, which is, I would say, a more accurate reflection of how development actually occurs in our city. Because I do worry that just the way that it's depicted right now, it could be interpreted as, these very prescriptive lines are where we will support intensification. And then I think we risk, breaking trust or eroding trust with community when inevitably applications are supported outside of that because they are in line with that 2 million city plan vision. Fair.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just also wanted to reiterate that the development priority areas, or where we expect growth to happen first, is also to help with that infrastructure, public and private investment to support our mobility, mass transit, and our active transportation, and those ultimate goals for 2 million. Also through our public engagement, we heard the most, like 92% from the broad public feedback that we heard online was that 92% of respondents wanted us to indicate or where growth was expected to happen first.
Thank you. Councillor Steve, wait, no, it's me next. Okay, sorry. So I had a number, I think maybe I want to get to the question of disaggregation. There's a request before us to disaggregate the zoning disassemble the zoning bylaw from the district plans, and I'm wondering maybe for some input on that. Do you think what I gather from our conversation with some of the speakers is that the zoning bylaw may be unintentionally putting some definitions around spaces that aren't constructed to the district planning process?
I mean, ideally, they would go together, but I think we've heard a lot of feedback on the district planning process, and perhaps coming back to committee one more time might be helpful for this project as before we advance to public hearing, because we have heard a lot in terms of clarity around the 1.25, what it will inform, 1.25 million, and at the 2 million mark, what it will inform. And I don't think Edmontonians have that clarity yet. And so once we provide in our next level of engagement, if we're able to get more clarity around that, coming back to committee, I think will be helpful. So the disaggregation, the disassociation, I think will, although not ideal, I think will add value to this project overall.
That's helpful. Embedded in some of the comments from speakers today, I heard a concern that as we zoom up or go up a level in terms of the planning process, fundamentally communities, whether through community leagues, through community groups, whether through self-organization, or even at the individual household level, people are going to lose that connection to the larger city infrastructure and more importantly, their sense of agency to provide feedback, meaningful input, change, and then on the flip side of that, recourse for when things don't go right. And so perhaps you can provide some, I know on one hand, you're talking about really aligning the documentation to, I'm going to say human scale documentation. But on the flip side, there is a accountability piece that anytime we talk about really big shifts in the city, we hear these concerns. So I know this isn't necessarily your portfolio, but if you could maybe speak to that.
I would say yes and no to that. So yes, in terms of when the change is happening right in front of an Edmontonian, right beside their lot, they absolutely feel that change. But when we were engaging on the city plan, we did hear a lot of feedback on the type of city that people want us to create at 2 million. And that type of city that we want to create at 2 million does require our city to change and to intensify. And so there is absolutely a tension there that as we get more granular in the planning documents, we always need to continue to go back to that higher level document that gave us the values of Edmontonians, that gave us the ultimate city that Edmontonians were trying to create. And so we're working through that tension right now, and that is the idea with the district planning, to provide more clarity of what is intended and what can happen at 1.25 and what will happen at 2 million.
That's helpful, and there's probably some work in the sort of subsequent to the passage of the district plan. I'd even dare say it's a subsequent motion, which is like when things, essentially it's at the development officer phase of the planning process. When things don't go right, what are your modes of recourse, and making that more tangible, accessible to individuals?
Absolutely agree. And I know this is something that is very much on Kim's radar, and she's just coming up here and she can add some more context to perhaps some of the work that they're doing on the enforcement side.
We are working through engagement right now, subsequent to a motion that we received from council last year, the year before, around creating a plan around accountability for infill construction and approaches. So there'll be a report probably to Q2 to Urban Planning Committee on that work.
Okay, that's helpful, and I definitely hear Ms. Hardstaff's concern about having to deal with insurance companies. That doesn't always make someone feel empowered within the system, for sure, having dealt with a few myself. Okay, I'm out of time. I'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just about the population. So for Northwest, current population in the district plan, I see 130,000 with an expected increase to 153,000 at 2 million people, which, you know, seems really pretty good. That sounds like a pretty good number. But then when I look at Rabbit Hill at 2 million people, a population of 45,000, it's a pretty large discrepancy. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding at how these numbers, how you've gotten these numbers, the differences between the districts.
So the district plans draw upon modeling work that was done to create the city plan. Some of the numbers, and including numbers that were discussed by speakers today, are shifting from our baseline, because in the drafts that we put out in the fall, we were using estimates based on previous census. Now we've got the 2021 census data available, so we can update those numbers. But when we're talking about the long-term growth of the districts across the city plan work, modeled growth based on developable land, plans that were in place, and opportunities for redevelopment to occur. In a case like Horse Hills, it's a very, it's a unique district, in part because of so much of its land is dedicated to the EETP, the Edmonton Energy Technology Park. Thank you.
Yes.
So, Councillor Principe, if you'd like a little bit more, what we do is we work with our corporate economist. She works with provincial economists, and then we take that and we actually have a model that helps us to understand where people want to live and where people are going to work within our city. So with input from our economists, with input from things like Stats Canada, our own previous municipal census, with other data, we look to determine what the population is today, where people are. We look at where the market is, and then we do a forecast to determine where people will live. So it's a pretty robust process with checks and balances in it. It also aligns with the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, aligns at the level in terms of the same processes used, in terms of using economists, using data sets in order to understand where people are going to live and work in our city.
Yeah, and I do understand that. I guess my concern is just that we're maybe overpopulating some areas of the city where other areas are maybe going to be, I just don't know how equitable it is.
So, Councillor, the intent of those numbers is for planning, to inform policy, to inform city services in the future and infrastructure, but they're not hard caps. So we're going to let the market dictate where folks want to live, and we'll support that. So those are not hard caps. They're projections based on modeling and a number of different inputs, but we're not looking to necessarily guide the market and force folks to live in areas they don't choose to live in. But we want to make sure that all districts have a home for future Edmontonians.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Yes, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've really appreciated the conversation this morning. And I want to just step back to recognize that, the intent of this report was to report back to us on the engagement process. And I just want to take a few moments to share my deep appreciation of what the team has done. Just reading through the What We Heard report, the amount of work, the amount of outreach that was done, the number of events, it was exhausting to read. I know how much energy goes into each and every one of those, so just want to applaud the team for that excellent work. And great findings. I think the team is really asking all the right questions. So going through the report, I really felt like I got the information I needed in terms of what Edmontonians were saying. Maybe just some technical things around the engagement. I found it really interesting that the Engaged Edmonton versus the individual web pages had very different participation rates. Just wondering if there's some thinking around why that happened, or if that's a learning that we take forward. I think that the online engagement was very successful, but just interesting that Engaged Edmonton wasn't as heavily used.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so as you would have noticed, we had a large number of Engaged Edmonton pages. This was something new that we tried. We wanted to have a page for each of the 15 districts, and the goal was to allow the public to be able to provide feedback specific to each district. So that sort of divided up the numbers, but we are looking at the feedback in a holistic sense in terms of overall number of visitations. But yeah, when you break it down, given there was participation in the open houses, there was participation in the workshops, it sort of balanced out what the numbers that we didn't see online.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall the numbers were great, very, very solid. So interesting to hear some of that thinking there.
I also, appreciate the acknowledgement that some surveys didn't have a lot of responses, but again, I think overall, the bulk of the work, really, really captured an excellent amount of feedback. Just wondering as well, did we still use the responses from the partially completed surveys? Because there did seem to be quite a few, and just...
Yes, we used all feedback that we
Great,
received.
great. That's excellent to hear. And those are huge numbers when you add those together. So great there. So I think maybe shifting back to some of the conversation we've had earlier, I thought the report spoke really eloquently about the distrust that can be caused by misalignment of plans. And I think particularly in the report, it notes that there was confusion with the maps and policies related to growth of 1.25 million versus 2 million. So Mr. Boley, you just mentioned that the intent of the intensification areas wasn't to limit growth to those areas, but rather to identify areas where we anticipate the most growth will happen, and that you will clarify that the development, can and will happen outside those boundaries. Will that be done visually or only in policy language?
So the intent was to do that through policy language. So as an example, policies that talk about built form, larger buildings, that has been removed from those areas. Those areas aren't about, the biggest possible buildings. We've renamed these areas development priority areas. We've focused policy on describing how development in these areas, it's mostly about what can we do in terms of the process to support that development. It could involve things such as more limited engagement. It could be ways, areas that we choose to pursue the proactive upzoning that Council has directed us to consider and to work on. How exactly that plays out, how can that be operationalized is something that we're still working on. But we believe that, we heard loud and clear that there's, that how we framed this in the last set of drafts was not clear and created confusion. And we've heard that not just from IDEA, but from other folks as well. And so we think that we can improve those outcomes in this next round that we're preparing now.
Great. Well, and I think for me, so just, I think there's really something to the visuals and the maps. And if people see an area and then there's a rezoning that comes outside of that area, I think we're going to really feel that distrust in terms of, hey, that's outside the area, that shouldn't be there. So just wondering, maybe I'll come around back to that in my next round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm actually going to put a motion on the floor. And clerk should have the wording. It is that administration provide a report to Urban Planning Committee that includes the revised district plans and revised district plan policy that incorporates applicable engagement feedback, including how district plans can, 1, provide additional policy and map clarity in regards to directing development and investment at the 1.25 million and 2 million milestones in alignment with the city plan. And 2, provide guidance on process incentives, example, streamlined approvals for developments within the 2 million areas that are in alignment with the city plan, and have a due date of Q3 2023.
Thank you. Did you wish to make any introductory comments?
Yeah, sure. I think, just following from some of the questions and conversations and concerns that we heard raised from speakers, the purpose of this motion is to provide additional clarity surrounding development expectations for intensification areas, as well as provide possible incentives to encourage development along nodes and corridors, again, in alignment with city plan. I think we heard very clearly from various stakeholders that there is a clear expectation for development along nodes and corridors, and it's important that our district plans reflect this and support predictability in our direction, consistency across our planning documents, and more orderly development, which again have been called for by community and industry. And I'll just explain sort of each of the bullets. So the intention with the first bullet is to provide less narrowly defined boundaries for intensification areas, just in the way that we're reflecting that on our maps, and to reflect expectations up to 2 million, rather than setting those hard boundaries around the 1.25 million mark. And the second bullet is referencing the potential for, streamlined approvals for intensification areas to actively encourage and direct growth where we say we want to see it and where community says it should occur. And yeah, I'll just add, I think it's just really important that we are honest with ourselves, honest with community, industry, and honest about the time scale of development. Change is going to happen very slowly, and if we hope to get to the future envisioned by city plan, we do have to start that now, and just constantly reminding ourselves that we can be bold in our policy decisions and planning documents, but that doesn't necessarily mean instant development or change will occur. It's simply opening the door to that possibility. Yeah, and I also think a lot about how our current patchwork of ARPs has created a confusing, inconsistent, and oftentimes seemingly contradictory planning landscape, which we have seen play out at our public hearings. And even if we draw lines and they're supposed to be perceived as flexible, from experience, once we do draw those lines, a certain permanence can get attached to them, and trust is perceived to be broken when council rightly deviates from that, which again is a normal and expected practice because of alignment with city plan as our highest order planning document. So all that said, as much as possible, I want to avoid those instances as we move forward with district plans. So I will leave it at that, and happy to take any questions. Hopefully this provides a little bit more intentionality around how we can improve going forward.
Thank you. Do you still have time? Did you have any questions to administration in your remaining time?
I do, thank you. So just wanted to follow up on some of the questions around public sector investment and how that will be prioritized in conjunction with city plan and how that's reflected in district plans. I guess I'm thinking back to when we saw the priority growth areas in the past. I assume that's still how we're intending to prioritize actual public infrastructure investments. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's sort of an intermingling of district planning, but also growth management, I think, is where a lot of that work would also occur, right?
Yes, that's correct, and that's one of the clarifications that we want to achieve through the revisions. So the priority areas that appear in map 10 of the district plans right now, we would be having a stronger link between so we're going to be calling them investment priority areas with the development priority areas, so that linkage is very clear. And it's not just limited to public investment, there's private investment and investment through partnerships as well.
Okay, fantastic. This will be a really quick one. Is it common practice to see in other municipalities, streamlined approvals in areas where we are trying to direct development?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'll come back so I don't go over time. Thanks.
Thank you. There was a discussion, or there was a comment made earlier that you are now thinking, Ms. McCabe, you might bring the district planning back one more time. Would this report align with that?
It would, yes.
Okay, so it would not. It would sort of come as a package, as opposed to then having two sort of disorganized reports coming.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that made sense for Urban Planning Committee and for members of the community who are watching this item closely. Okay, that was all for my questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I think I think that this motion is excellent. I think it provides great direction. Maybe just a quick question to the mover. I do really take to heart the comment that if we prioritize everywhere, we prioritize nowhere. Just wondering your thoughts around the second point in terms of development incentives within the $2 million population area. What your thoughts are of maybe exploring if we focus those incentives on the 1.25, for example?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I'm curious to hear administration's thoughts on that as well. I guess when I think about the types of tools we have to direct development, I see something like streamlined approvals as one of many. I think when I was asking questions around how are we going to determine public investments and private investments in infrastructure upgrades, I think that can be a more focused and narrow conversation and geographic application. But when I think of sort of that low-hanging fruit baseline of how we can start to encourage and direct development, that's where I was going with the 2 million mark, but very happy if you want to direct that to admin as well.
Sure,
I think that's a very important point that you're making, Councillor, that if everything's important, nothing is important. And so in responding to the second part of this motion, I would say that we need to keep that in mind and make sure that the toolbox for 1.25 is not the same as 2, but there is a toolbox for 2.
Yeah, I think my thoughts exactly. Yeah, that sounds really great because I think you're right. There's work we can do within the 2 million, but then also some finer tools for the 1.25. That's excellent. I really appreciate that. You know, with that, actually, I think that the conversation we have when that report comes back will cover the rest of my questions. So no need to belabor those points right now. Oh, actually, sorry, one question around areas for additional guidance. Just wondering if we can have some greater clarity about what happens in the interim. I think sometimes those are sort of frozen until there is some planning in place. So just wondering some thoughts around that.
So one example was in the report in terms of the old Strathcona Public Places Plan or Public Realm Strategy, sorry, but another one is like the 101 Ave corridor study. So we will still proceed with smaller area studies such as that. The difference is that will then live within the district plan. It won't live as a standalone document. The land use and mobility components that are relevant to a district plan would then live within that. And we would continue to do that work, and we need to, and as a living document.
Great. And any rezonings coming forward would still be judged on the baseline district plan?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I believe, Madam Chair, these were cross-referenced 7.2 and 7.3. Okay, so I just wanted to delve into 7.3 then very briefly as well. Very excited to see this work. Again, I know this is hard work to do, but I think it's so critical. I am always going to push to say, are we going far enough, even with the expanded list? When I was reviewing our public hearing reports for next week, I was noticing that there's still quite a few other ARPs that are being amended. So just wondering, you know, the status or the thinking around, I think there's the Strathcona ARP, the Garneau ARP, I think the Eau Claire ARP was in there for an amendment. So just wanting to get a sense if you feel we've gone, you know, absolutely as far as we can go, or other ways that we can advance some of that work to provide policy alignment.
Through the second review of the 11 ARPs that remain, we are applying a more critical look in terms of the alignment with city plan. We reviewed over 130 plans, and we were a little uncertain of how much work that would be in terms of what needed to be brought up and what needed to be repealed. But now that we are more comfortable with that process, we have a better idea of what that is. Some plans are for larger areas like exhibition lands, even Blatchford. Those need to remain in place because they provide that guidance, as well as redevelopment levies need to live within, the MGA requires them to live within an ARP. So there are instances, but over time, our goal is definitely to streamline the planning landscape as much as we can and repeal those ARPs, but the relevant policy that is still relevant, that lives in the district plan.
Okay, and it's just that they're the 11 that are listed, but again, what about the Garneau ARP, Strathcona ARP?
There's definitely some that are still under consideration that we're working through. There are some that were already in previous lists that you're identifying here, and there's some for sure that we're still reviewing that we don't have a recommendation for yet, but we will in the next phase of this project.
Great.
Thank you. Any other additional questions? We have a motion on the floor. Not seeing any. Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for the conversation today. Thank you to all the speakers who took the time to be with us and to share their perspectives. And thank you to administration for your continued efforts on this. These are really critical planning conversations and reforms that we have to make in order to achieve the goals of city plan. And overall, I do believe we're moving in the right direction. You know, this is evidence to me that we are moving towards a more environmentally, socially, and fiscally responsible and sustainable city. And I'm excited to follow that work to completion. And yeah, I'm also really, really impressed with our efforts to continually engage. There's always room for improvement, but I think you've demonstrated a really strong commitment to that engagement. And with this motion, I think it provides, just a really, really explicit and intentional way forward, so that the maps that community, industry, and council will be referencing, and the policy that community, industry, and council will be referencing is really, really clearly in alignment with city plan. So I would ask for support from my colleagues on this one, and looking forward to the ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote. I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So we will see another conversation about district planning back in the autumn. So thank you, administration. You can take a step back. Do we need to accept 7.3 for information, or are we good with that since they're both cross-referenced? Madam Clerk.
They were dealt with together.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure. On to item 7.4. We have 2 speakers, and we have 10 minutes, and I imagine you have a presentation on this?
That's correct.
All right, how long is your presentation, may I
It's
ask?
short.
Okay, we might be able to squeeze in 2 speakers before the break, maybe. All right. Or maybe we'll just do the presentation, come back to the speakers. There we go. Then nobody's all compressed for time. All right.
Great. So I'd just like to set some context about the many streams of work that we're doing to support Council's priority of climate resilience. Council has given very clear direction to administration on the importance of our climate and environmental matters. In recent and previous discussions and the budget questions, Council very much urged your sense of urgency and made your priority quite clear. So I want to make sure that this is on behalf of the entire executive leadership team and Andre, our city manager, that we are working through that direction, that there's an awareness that we're absolutely working through that direction, and that there'll be a broad suite of efforts to advance the action, and they will be the subject of many future conversations with council and with Edmontonians. So I want to reassure you that this is the first climate action following the budget direction, but it's certainly not the only item, and it's a very small item in the grand scheme of many that are coming forward and underway. And it happens first because this work that's before you today actually predates that of the budget and the process that included the carbon budget. And it's important because as we bring the many things to life that were discussed during budget, that it'll change process, and it's going to change the conversation and maybe even change the result. So today we have a proposal before you for a process change. It's one example of how changing the work between administration and council can help move us forward. So onto slide 1. The presentation we're providing today focuses on a process change to advance the review of environmental and climate information for city plans and projects. With me today are Kent from the Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services, Chandra Chamaris, our Director of Environment and Climate Resilience, and Sarah Chinin, I'm going to stop at an Engineering Program Manager with the Environment and Climate Resilience team. Sorry, Sarah. Given the growing stresses on the environment and climate review processes are critical. Decisions made today about how we design and build our city and operate our city will set the course for future climate resilience. This is a complex but such an important topic, and the work is so critically important by city. But we also need to work with our industry and other levels of government to continually evolve the work. So as we work towards achieving the increasingly urgent and ambitious climate action, we also need to be dynamic and flexible as we continue to look for ways to accelerate our energy transition and adaptation efforts. I'm going to pass the floor to Sarah now, who will work through what the change is.
Thank you, Stephanie. Administration has been building and continually improving environmental practices for more than a decade. It was identified in the 2022 Energy Transition Corrective Actions Report that given the urgency and complexity associated with environmental issues, new decision-making processes, data, and tools are required. The process to review environmental considerations must evolve. This includes establishing enhanced systems which provide council with access to environmental information to support their decision-making. The city's leadership in climate action was demonstrated with the introduction of the carbon accounting framework in the 2023 to 2026 budget. However, individual decisions made for city services within the 4-year budget cycle can result in impacts to natural resources, ecosystems, and climate. Environmental data and subject matter expertise are necessary to understand the scope of these impacts, opportunities, and implications presented by new research. We'll stay on this side, thanks. A new approach on how we present and look at environmental information is being developed. This approach is linked to our priorities of implementing the Community Energy Transition Strategy and Climate Adaptation Strategy. It will provide a lens into how the services we provide Edmontonians may impact natural environment. It will also provide the checks and balances required to know how we are meeting our commitments to protect the environment, comply with environmental obligations, and continually improve our environmental performance as outlined in Council's environmental policy. The first step we will be taking is to add an environment and climate section into the Council report template. This will help in the following ways. It raises awareness among staff to integrate climate change considerations into the core of project planning and design phases, as well as looking at the project's long-term climate risk. It provides greater transparency to Council and the public when making decisions on city projects with regard to environmental and climate implications and the way that mitigative impacts and accelerating climate action have been weighed. Next slide, please. At its core, this new section will provide an environment and climate lens detailing impacts related to the project with the objective of ultimately helping better inform Council's decisions. Not all Council reports will require an environment and climate review, and where this review is required, there's a spectrum of environmental information that could be provided and a varying level of effort that would correlate to this spectrum. The level of information that will be included in Council reports will be defined, tested, and refined through consultation with staff, and resources will also be developed to support this implementation. This is important because this new section reflects a shift in mindset and thinking. This shift presents an opportunity to increase literacy and knowledge on climate with staff, Council, and the public, and to continue conversations which began through the introduction of the carbon accounting framework. The revision to the Council report template is just the first step. Further evaluation to identify if there are additional ways to enhance the coordination of environmental reviews of city plans and projects will also be brought as a report back to Council in the first quarter of 2024. Environment themes, next slide please. Environment themes often factor into many important city building engagement conversations. During the city plan engagement, Edmontonians were asked how they want to experience their future city. Based on this engagement, one of the city plan's guiding values was, I want to preserve what matters most, which includes Edmonton's environmental systems. Through the city plan engagement, many responses directly addressed ideas related to climate change. However, more often, Edmontonians were focused on local and tangible impacts on the natural environment, such as air pollution, habitat degradation, waste management. Edmontonians who provided input on Vision 2050 overwhelmingly described a desire to have Edmonton be a global leader in environmental sustainability. Also, through the city plan engagement, Indigenous communities shared that they need to be involved in city projects earlier to share perspectives about the environment and the impacts they are experiencing in their home communities surrounding Edmonton, as Edmonton regional projects impact rivers, air, and wildlife in their communities. We continue to listen and learn how climate change impacts Edmontonians differently. Our early learnings show that marginalized people, as well as people and families with low and fixed incomes, are disproportionately impacted by climate change. Administration will engage Council's Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee and Administration's Environmental Advisory Committee on this process change and its implementation. GBA Plus social vulnerability and equity processes will be completed and integrated into the process, and the resources that will guide the environment and climate reviews to ensure information provided represents diverse perspectives. Next slide, please. Administration will continue to work on development of the processes and resources to support the environment and climate review of city plans and projects. Select reports will begin to include the new section in the second quarter of 2023, and broad implementation for the new section is being targeted for early in the fourth quarter of 2023. In addition to the new Environment and Climate Review section, there may be other opportunities to expand or enhance environmental reviews, and administration will return to Council with an update on options related to these in the first quarter of 2024. Last slide, and thank you. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So with that, we're going to recess until 1:30. We will come back and hear immediately from our speakers. We have two speakers who've been waiting patiently all day, and I'm sorry to keep them waiting some more. So we'll hear from you at 1:30, and then we'll have a chance to ask questions of speakers and administration. Thank you.
I hadn't begun the meeting, but if I had, I'd be turning the chair back over to Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I'll let you know when I pop out. And we got 2 minutes left.
Sounds good.
Good afternoon. We are live from River Valley Room.
I'll just start this meeting. I'd like to call this meeting of the Urban Planning Committee back to order. I will just do a quick roll call. I'm here, Sarah Hamilton, Aaron Paquette is here, I see him online. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Principe.
Hello.
And I can't log on right now because it's the famed password reset day. But we may be joined online by some of our other council colleagues who may just pop on for questions at some point. We're at the point of item 7.4 where we're going to hear from speakers. We have two, and before we get started, I'll note that I have a meeting in a little bit, and depending on how long we go on this item, I may have to throw the chair to Councillor Paquette, but he is, as always, a great chair for these meetings. So with that, I'll invite, I think Ms. Farrow's online, and I see her, but I'll invite Ms. Duncan up to take a seat. And you're very familiar with this format. You have 5 minutes. The traffic lights are in front. Safety moment. If there's an emergency, follow the directions of our esteemed city clerks. And I'll go to you, Ms. Fro.
Sorry, I would have queued up. I thought it was going the other way around. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'm here representing ERVCC. And our position is that to properly attend to environmental review, we first need an Office of the Environment. As called for in Council's approved Climate Resilient Edmonton Document Action 17, we also suggest an advisory committee reporting directly to Council. We feel this is key if the executive team wants to support Council's commitment to being a healthy and climate mitigating and adaptive city. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Roger that, thank you. So as you know, we used to have such an office and an associated advisory committee, but since being dissolved, we haven't had ecological professionals working with other planners to ensure comprehensive ecologic and environmental planning. I feel if we had had such an integrated and cross-cutting team today, the report in front of you might be able to better articulate what would be offered in an environmental review. So to reiterate, we believe there's a critical first step that has been overlooked. I would love it if Council could ask administration to set up an Office of the Environment first, or if you will, what is referred to as an integrated ecosystem services team as called for in the Climate Resilient Edmonton Action 17. Action 17 says, to ensure Edmonton's natural ecosystems are resilient to climate change impacts, we will establish an integrated ecosystem services team to conduct comprehensive ecological and environmental planning. This will maintain healthy ecosystems as part of healthy and resilient cities and will preserve, conserve, and foster well-being of the environment. So I would love it if someone could ask the executive team how this could be implemented and resourced. This step really should precede any review product that said planners are expected to deliver. So more than just environmental reviews that we need for a healthy and climate smart city, we need a multidisciplinary team of environmental and ecological professionals led by a management position with appropriate technical environmental review expertise. Strong monitoring and enforcement is also key. It's great to have environmental review and environmental reporting, but only if we can monitor that projects move ahead as approved and enforce when they are not following approvals. So, seeing as I have time, I'm just going to reiterate what I've just said one more time. We urge you to approve a motion to ensure that we have comprehensive ecological and environmental planning first. It would be a critical first step before getting on with environmental review. So create an Office of the Environment led by a director who is on the executive team and responsible for ensuring that the city adheres to its environmental policies like climate change, biodiversity, or ecological policies, and that it meets the goals outlined in those policies, including ensuring proper monitoring and enforcement. And 2, create an environmental advisory committee reporting directly to council with maybe this could be set up by the new Office of Environment and with them attending and helping to provide information and support to this committee. This committee could expand upon the terms of reference and membership of the existing Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee, or be a separate committee, but it would help include equal attention to biodiversity and ecology, and it would enable contribution of community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Furrow. Now on to you, Ms. Duncan.
Thank you. So I'm on?
You got to push the button. There we go.
On. Okay, yeah. Red means go. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Wright for tabling this motion, which I understand was before the Community Services Committee, but then shoveled over to your committee, which is probably appropriate given the topic. I want to thank the committee for inviting this response, and I'm here speaking for the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. I would encourage you, when you have a chance, to review the brief that I wrote, which I think has been hand-delivered to you, and I'm sorry you didn't get it sooner in advance. Councillors, the duty to ensure impact assessment of city policy planning and projects is not new. And in fact, as administration have advised, it's already a mandatory duty under the Municipal Government Act and a myriad of city policies. Now, the administration in the report that they provided to you, the written one, they listed a number of policies, but not all of them. And over the last 2 decades, the city administration under the previous Conservation Office produced a myriad of excellent policies on protection of the environment and biodiversity approved by Council. And I think it's important to recognize that the list is much longer and has been in place for quite some time. Those duties require the factoring of environmental considerations in any business decision by the Council and, interestingly, in your environment policy, the engagement of the public in decision-making to ensure environmental sustainability. And that, sadly, is something that has been missing. There have been instances, sadly, that have come to my attention where communities concerned about some decisions by Council had to go through access to information in order to obtain an impact assessment report. That's contrary to city policy. Regrettably, in some cases, Council have been misinformed about impact assessment reports that were in existence, and it's very rare that the actual officials who are preparing these impact assessments, and in particular on ecology, don't appear directly before Council. And I noticed today in administration coming forward, excellent that we have a lot of staff in the Climate and Environment Office, but nobody, as I understand, from ecology. And I think it's really important that Council recognize that there is good staff within city administration, but they're not being consolidated together to make sure that the reviews for your decision-making are consolidated. I would like to add that environmental impact assessment is not necessarily burdensome. Most agencies at the federal and provincial level and municipal level simply do a screening, and that should be set forward in a well-known, consistent format. And it's only when it looks like there may be significant issues or information is unknown that they may want to do a deeper look and may actually want to bring in place consultants, and that's where the resource issue may arise. But it's very important those considerations cover the wide array of potential impacts to the city, to health, to air quality, to ecology, climate, urban forests, pest management, and on they go. And it's important that you have a central office that knows where that information is located. It's very important that we get back to having a senior level responsibility for this so we have accountability. And as Dr. Farrow mentioned, we used to have an Office of Conservation, and it was at a senior level, and there was a Natural Area Policy Implementation Committee of senior level managers. That conservation coordinator reported directly at a senior level. We've lost that. And I think that does not help council. Council needs to know that the accountability is being delivered. You don't have the time to be doing that work. That's up to administration. I echo what Dr. Farrow is saying. I think it's critical that you establish at a senior level the office. You already have an office of climate and environment, but it's at a very junior level. And it needs to be adequately qualified, staffed, and resources to provide oversight and accountability, and we need to ensure that there are policies being delivered on public disclosure and engagement. And I welcome your questions. Thank you very much. Oh, and by the way, I have a list here, which I'm happy to share, of more than a dozen awards and honors and recognitions that were given to the city because of the work of administration, particularly on biodiversity and ecological protection. And it's important for the councillors to be aware of the excellent work that has been done in the past by the city.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming to speak today. Councillor Salvador, you had selected this item, so I will go to you first for questions.
Sure, thank you, and thank you so much to our speakers for being here. Maybe just one point of clarification to Dr. Farrow. When you were mentioning, I think it was Action 17, you're referencing the Climate Resilient Edmonton Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to get that clarified so that I can follow up with city administration on that one.
Yeah, thanks. In my report, I included a link to it and everything, and yeah, quoted exactly what it called for. And in my mind, it would be sort of like the old office, but maybe even new and improved.
Okay, great. Yeah, you know what? Most of my questions are for city admin. I thought the presentations from speakers were very comprehensive, as were the documentation that they sent over to members of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a one question, and it's to both speakers, and it's so there's I think maybe two schools of thought, and I'd like some clarification on it. So I appreciate that we used to have an office of a conservation coordinator at a senior level. One of the things I worry about, and I say this with all due respect to our current Office of the Environment, is that if we have one person or one segment of the city that's responsible for applying that lens, does everyone else get to say, well, that's their problem? And worse, if we're not happy with it, does that mean that that person, if we're not happy with the city's overall track record on environment and climate change, does this mean that we put it all on that person in that office and everyone else gets off or abdicates responsibility for it? The converse sort of lens is right now it's, and I appreciate that this is an additional concern, that there's a decentralized approach to this file. But in that respect, you don't have one person other than the city manager, or I dare say the deputy city manager, whose responsibility it is. So I'm sort of maybe looking for some clarity on what you're advocating for an approach, but maybe a better way, as I'm talking through this, is looking for the underlying outcome that you would like to see, regardless of, do we have a lot of people corporation-wide? Do we have one person in one branch or who are responsible for this? So what's the outcome that you're looking for?
I'm happy to respond to that, Councillor Hamilton. What we're missing is oversight and accountability. Okay. It's simply not happening right now. There's always a debate. It's gone on for decades. I've been part of those debates at the federal, provincial level, and often municipal level. Should environmental considerations just be in one office, or should they be spread across all of the divisions? Clearly, we don't want transportation planners to be deciding park planning. We don't park planners working on drainage. You want specialized staff who have those skills and experience. It isn't any different with environmental assessment and consideration of ecological matters and environmental quality. You can certainly have staff located and trained and informed and guidelines in place for every division of your city administration. But you need to have a central place where there's accountability and where they set forth what the guidelines are on the rules of when you do simple environmental screening, when you do a full-blown assessment, who are qualified people to do it, and making sure that when that work is done, and not until that work is done, recommendations don't come before council. We're running into too many situations where that information is not brought forward. And if it was being done properly, you would find less intervention by the citizens. Your policies you have in place already, C505 and C512, I wasn't even aware of before. And they're fabulous policies, and they've been in place for quite some time. And they clearly specify that there must be environmental considerations of all decision-making, and that there must be disclosure to the public and engagement. And you have a lot of provisions in place to do that, but it's not really being delivered properly. And there's no accountability for that. There's no senior level place in your administration where they are holding the divisions into account for doing that, whether or not they're putting a drainage pond in, whether or not they are developing a freeway through forest land, whether they're making decisions on development should occur in the river valley. And it's really important that you have a senior level accountability clearly laid out. And you know as councillors who to turn to and to say, we're hearing rumors of some problems, what's going on?
All right, that's really helpful. Thank you so much, Ms. Duncan. And I'll go now to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. I'm looking at those policies, 505 and 512, and see that they were established by the Office of the Environment. And then I look at other policies in regards to just one that I had pulled up here earlier, I think was pest management. And that was established or prepared by Citizen Services. So, and that wasn't done until 2019. So was the Office of the Environment then abolished at that point? Dr. Furrow, do you know when?
Give me the year that you're asking about. 2015?
July 2019 was the
2019, I would say, was okay, I could be a little off, but yeah, we were still winning in terms of environmental plans and environmental planning and recognizing, getting citywide kudos for becoming a biophilic city, for our biodiversity, for our strategic connections plans, for looking at our natural areas as one integrated, connected piece of green infrastructure. We weren't separating, we had ways to connect natural areas to the river valley and to look at things holistically. And then, yes, we lost the office. And I think most importantly, we lost the ability, we lost the executive team's kind of interest or ability to connect with the various groups doing the various work that would come under an ecological planner's or somebody with the technical expertise ability to weigh in on. And so now what I'm seeing is that the ecological planners and those with technical expertise regarding biodiversity and ecological planning are sort of coming in at the last minute after the fact and working, being in the position to have to critique other plans and sometimes not even having their critiques brought to light. So yes, we're missing out on important expertise.
So when that office was in existence, did you and other organizations such as yours that you're representing today, did you have the opportunity sort of for that, have a more direct line of sight in with that office that they could analyze the information that you've been providing council over the past year or so?
I could speak to that, Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
My understanding is the Office of the Conservation Coordinator was gone after the end of the Mayor Mandel regime. So it's been gone for a while. I actually
It did evolve though to an.
Okay, but just a second. Let me finish, Dr. Farrow. There was then also a Citizen Advisory Council, which I was appointed to around 2000. I was on it for 5 or 6 years, and I chaired that. And that Citizen Council worked very closely with the Conservation Coordinator, developing a lot of the policies that we have in place right now. So it was a very good working exercise. There were a lot of environmental organizations and just individual citizens that sat on that advisory council. So we have lost both of those, and so there isn't really any center point now for that kind of input.
I have put together the whole history. And if I brought it up now, I'd be able to answer your questions. Okay. But really, things pretty much dwindled in 2019 because we had, there was different names for this department and the staff was growing and the importance and the ability to work at the upper executive team was growing over time, and we were winning more awards. And it's a 1.5 page document, and I'll send it to you if that's of interest. Okay. It nicely outlines the whole history.
And so it was, I guess, when the office was in existence, it was sort of a more comprehensive way of analyzing the ecological environmental impacts rather than having reports sent to us at council or committee for those of us who have no ecology or science background to try to analyze. It was done before coming to council, is that right?
Yes, and Councillor Wright, I would recommend that you speak with those who worked in that office and led that office, because it'll give you a good indication of, since 2007 up to 2019, they won more than a dozen awards for that work.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much then. I guess I'll have questions for administration then. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn it we see no further questions, so I will ask our speakers to step back. Thank you for sticking around over the lunch hour and answering our questions. We'll now invite administration up, and in that transition time, I'll throw the chair to Councillor Paquette to continue the conversation. And I think Councillor Salvador selected the item, so she would have questions first.
Yeah, I have the chair. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I'll just start with one of the questions that was raised from Dr. Farrow. So in the Climate Resilient Edmonton document, there is explicit direction around establishing an integrated ecosystem services team to conduct comprehensive ecological and environmental planning. Just looking for a little bit of context around how that action is being actioned.
We have a team that does exactly that, and perhaps Kent could speak more to it. We've got some ecological planners in his team who focus on that implementation.
So yeah, we went through a reorganization several years ago, and the ecological experts within the organization, for the most part, were consolidated into the Planning and Environment Services branch. That's represented in both the Environment and Climate Resilience section team, as well as our Open Space and Urban Growth team, where we both have ecological experts contained in those groups, and they work both in terms of environment and climate change review, helping the organization out through the Enviso system and environment management, and then as well looking at river valley and open space and biodiversity as well.
Okay, that's very helpful. And we're also hearing recommendations from speakers around standing up an office of the environment. And honestly, I'm wondering how that would potentially interact with some of the work underway as part of OP12, and if that might present a bit of a challenge. Just again, trying to understand what that holistic picture would look like. I don't know if anyone can comment on that.
I can provide a little bit of context to that, Councillor Salvador. I know our city manager, Andre, is just scoping out OP12 right now. We haven't been back to council on it, and as part of OP12, it is looking at things like how we're organized. So I think we need that work to happen prior to any new offices being established.
Okay, so it sounds like there's the potential to have those types of conversations around, best organizational structure to achieve the outcomes we say we want to see. And maybe, sorry, I have another question on that vein, but does council have the authority to create an office or another administrative structure, or is that within the authority of the city manager? Just trying to understand.
I believe that's in the authority of the city manager, and I don't think OP12 says for sure that it's on organizational lines. I just want to make sure I've got the motion now in front of me, but that it's a comprehensive corporate review of all programs and services, equipment and infrastructure requirements, organizational structure, outcomes generated, and guiding metrics. So OP12 is all-encompassing, and it would look at that, and it would be under the city manager's delegated authority to create new offices within the city.
Okay, that's very helpful. That clears up a lot for me, so I'll listen to colleagues and see what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I just actually have a motion for this, so I will go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Councillor Kett. So my questions, I guess, policy C512 does indicate citizen consultation and participation, and I'm just wondering, to me, it seems to have been, I don't want to say ignored, but I'm just wondering how the voice of these organizations have been taken into account on items that have come to council. Because as Dr. Farrow had mentioned, it seems to sort of be after the fact that they're looking at the reports the same time that we get them a day or two ahead of time and trying to figure out the information that's put before us.
Councillor Wright, that is not the case at all. The ecological planners need to be involved much, and they are involved much earlier. And if there's any of them listening right now, if that's not the case, I would like to hear those stories myself. That has not been brought to my attention, that they're not involved earlier in the process. That is the intent, that they're involved very early in the process and throughout the process, providing their input to help inform the executive leadership team's decision-making, but also to help inform council's decision-making.
Okay, so when you say the ecological planners, on staff, you mean, or the ecological and environmental groups?
On staff. On staff.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So then, where do they get their information from, and to be able to, to analyze it, and rather than having council having to figure these things out?
So, Councillor Wright, from a couple of different sources. So we do have on staff technical experts, ecological experts, and where we don't have the necessary perhaps resources, or maybe there's a particular skill set that's required, then we would look to the private sector to source that expertise. But for the most part, we have in-house resources available to provide the guidance we need to make informed decisions.
Okay. I'm just reading from the policy itself. Communities and stakeholders must have the opportunity to participate in decision-making process and be empowered to develop community-based environmental programs. So is that their opportunity to participate is only at the time of coming to committee? or public hearing?
No, absolutely not. We would engage with the groups early, depending on the project that was before us. And so be happy to meet with Dr. Furrow after today's meeting. If there's specific examples of projects where they were not involved earlier, I'd love to learn more about that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And it seems by the head nodding that Dr. Furrow is up for that as well. And then although you talked about the city manager's authority to establish such an office, and he does have that ability under OP 12 with the organizational structure. So, but it would be, I guess, also being considered at council's direction or the information that we need in order to make informed decisions. So it's not, would we be too directive in asking for an office of the environment or other advisory committees?
Council can set up committees of their own. I might need some help with clerks here in terms of advisory committees directly to council, but I think directing administration to develop offices or developing organizational structure is under the city manager's purview and would probably be better discussed through OP 12.
Okay, and so we could provide direction as to sort of the support that we need rather than what an actual office is, or?
Council doesn't have the authority to direct the organizational structure of the city.
Okay, but if there's information we need, and then it would be up to city manager to determine how that would be provided?
That's correct, Councillor Wright.
Okay.
And the report before you today, in terms of the motion that was passed, this is administration's recommendation. There's actually a lot of power in adding a section to the report. That means it goes through a number of level of reviews in the organization. It means that people will be involved earlier in the process. I have seen a cultural change with us adding the GBA Plus approach to council reports, and so I am anticipating this will have a change in terms of the information that council receives.
Okay, thank you. My time is up. I'll let Councillor Paquette go. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Wright. Yeah, I just have a motion to put on the floor, and it goes a little something like this.
Excuse me, Councillor, did we just want to accept this report for information first?
Oh, right, of course. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Please vote to accept this information. I will move
Yes,
that.
Councillor Paquette.
Oh, you're here. Okay. I am a yes, and return the chair.
No, you can keep the chair. I'm just
Okay.
listening. Yeah,
Okay.
you're doing a great job.
All right. Whenever you're ready, please display the vote.
We just have to redo this vote. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll move to accept for information, and then I'll have a subsequent, and I am a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is received. Okay, so a subsequent is that administration provide a report to committee detailing the progress made in improving environmental planning, communication, and reporting at the City of Edmonton, and any organizational structures that may be required to streamline and provide accountability for ongoing environmental actions and review processes. And the due date on that would be Q3 2023. And to quickly introduce it, we have a lot of organizational work undergoing, especially with OP 12. And I understand that there is a conversation about decentralizing the responsibility from one office to the entire organization so that everyone takes personal accountability for their work with an environmental lens, which is great. One of the challenges is that not everyone may have extensive training and understand that environmental lens. This is similar to the challenges we had with adopting the GBA plus lens many years ago. I fully anticipate that there will be some movement toward this education and toward this awareness, but I think that it would be irresponsible for committee and council as a whole to not ask for this kind of information as it progresses and to be able to do these check-ins. So that's the justification for this. And open to any questions if anyone has any. Not hearing any, I will quickly close by saying that I understand the concerns from the community, and sometimes I have shared those concerns. But I also understand the perspective of administration in that when you centralize something, you may not always have the buy-in that you want. And what we're trying to do is create an entire culture of accountability about environmental concerns, which I think is admirable. It's also a massive undertaking. And so this motion is simply a check-in so that council can ascertain with the cooperation with administration and with the larger community whether or not this is an approach that is working. So far, with the work that we've seen from administration in many other areas, I have a lot of confidence, but I also understand that we are currently, through no fault of anyone here, in a low trust political environment in a broader sense. And so this is just a way to show our work to the public and hopefully build that level of trust. And so I hope you vote for this. Thank you. And please vote. I am a yes.
I'm a yes, Councillor Paquette.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. And that brings us to the conclusion of the day's events, unless there are any outstanding motions that I've not heard about or motions without official notice. Any notices of motion? No? Okay. In that case, we are adjourned. Thank you.